was in the Imperial Army, soldiers assigned to the Glass Gate would tell stories about something they called the Guardian.
Can't say I saw anything like that when I was last here. Then again, I can't say I made it this far.
Let's just be careful then. Where did that come from?
If I had to guess...
Poor beast. Another victim of the Flood.
Hello.
Hi,
Hey, Pam.
how are you?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, how are you? Give me a little update on how is it transitioning back to Florida?
I guess it's been a little tough to get some initial momentum and like a little bit overwhelming with like my room and all that stuff and like my living area, making sure it's like making it organized and stuff because I've truthfully never really like fully unpacked completely or whatever, or it was like more of like a rush from when I was moving mid school year, which is something that hopefully I think right now I have at least like a 1 year lease here, so at least that's not something because that kind of screwed me up a bit with obviously on top of not having, the
Yeah,
best.
I think you have, I thought you had a 6-month lease actually. Is that true or no?
No, that was my other place. That was the
Oh,
one.
okay. So this one goes through March. I believe you moved in March.
Oh yeah, that's true. So actually, so I'll have to at least have a minimum of an extension. I
Yeah.
forgot that was only.
All right. So it sounds like you really kind of would like to kind of organize your living space because that's important to you and it will give you some peace of mind.
Yeah, I definitely need to.
How was it? How were the last 3 days with? I saw you like 2 or 3 days before you left for Florida, and we had talked about you doing kind of like a real schedule, just to kind of like see what it would be like to kind of not be in your room all day.
Yeah.
Not sleep away the day. Did it help, or was it kind of hard because there's a lot of distractions and maybe things come up or maybe you slept late?
Exactly. It's well, what happened was I started to I might get some momentum going, and then, for example, like I just get really bummed out, or I guess well sometimes it's actually like a actual time lock thing, but then resuming is hard. For example, this time I was trying to start my stuff, and I knew I needed to get the oil change and go to Valvoline for the car, and then I ended up going there sweating like a pig for 40 minutes or whatever, and then just for them to say that the hood is locked basically, and there's also like something steaming with my car, so I had to drive all the way back, and that was basically the end of the day on I think it must have been like Friday or something, or basically yeah, I haven't been able to like use my car since then. And my dad was like, okay, yeah, you got to take it to a mechanic on Wednesday because of the holiday weekend or whatever.
Was that was in Florida?
Yeah.
How was this though before you left for Florida? Because last week you didn't show up for session, so I was like, gosh, I don't know how he's doing, and I don't know how it went. Like,
No, I was in Florida.
Okay.
I'm in, this is like my,
Okay. And did your parents talk to you about, like, are you going to return to school in the fall?
I mean, I need to, well, like, it's weird, I'm at this weird impasse where, um, like, I guess it's like this two-way weird, I don't know how to describe it, this, or conflicting things, where it's like, again, like, or I have to get ready for, like, the school, but then also, like, to get, like, or to show my parents, well, I guess also for myself, like, I know that, like I wanted to be a schedule and stuff. It's just it's getting some initial momentum, and then I don't know. I guess sometimes I let like when I'm first getting momentum, I let maybe things that shouldn't have or whatever. I let it like kill the whole day or whatever. Because again, the it was a productive day when I took my car out or whatever to get it serviced. But then I was just like kind of upset. I was like literally waited there in the blazing sun for like 45 minutes, only for them to
Yeah.
say, okay, your latch is. So this is like, okay, this is like bad
Oh my
luck, and I
God,
kind
that
of
must be so hot in Florida right now.
I over kind of I mean, yeah, it was like it's really sucked, and that's whatever. Like I'm not gonna like that can't be changed, but I guess, but that also, yeah, it can't be changed, so I shouldn't be. Basically, I'm like, okay, screw it, like I think unfairly of the world, like, oh, I had bad luck, so why even try or something. And I guess I'm saying this aloud. I'm realizing I shouldn't let this is stupid irrational thoughts, or I guess,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think what we talked about is kind of almost being like robotic about it. Like not really asking yourself, like, hey, how do I feel about this? Or what do I want
Yeah,
to
I
do
have to
with
say,
this?
the one thing that I'm
Just like
still.
literally working on a schedule no matter what. So that you can see at the end of the week, how does this feel? It's almost like being in your own little military. But you don't have to go to military.
Yeah, I don't have to lose a limb.
But you know what I'm saying? Like nobody wakes up and says, I mean, Andreas, really.
Right, yeah, no, and a lot of like inspirational people I've been listening to, like none of them say they type one in hard work, but that's why now it's like it's kind of like another two-way thing where now since I took.
Hard work makes for an easy life.
Yeah, I've heard that
Easy
before
work
too, or
makes
like
for
get like 90% of it, like sharpening the axe or whatever, or getting the axe ready.
yeah. So I know that right now, I'm not even asking you if there's motivation or not motivation because it's so
Don't if
when
I
you
don't
make a
kind of.
commitment, like to school, you have to do it or to work, right? Nobody gets up and goes, wow, I want to go to work today. I'm totally rested. There's 10 things.
Or I'll think everyone in the class, or I have the perfect relationship with everyone in the class, or whatever. That's not realistic.
Yes, exactly. Or you feel so comfortable and everybody likes you and there's no anxiety, right? We can't live life
Yeah,
like that.
that's not realistic.
If I look at your parents, is there anything they could be doing today instead of working?
Oh yeah, probably a lot. Yeah.
Would they rather be exercising or out with a friend at lunch? Or
Yeah, most
would they rather
definitely.
be going for a walk with the dog or cleaning house or anything that they have to do, right?
Yeah.
So we have to really look beyond motivation and we have to even look beyond like how our thoughts and feelings are. But what I want to do is
Oh, and so I wanted to say the two things I've been working on in a bit is exercise and stuff, and also eating stuff. I've been, for example, the other day, like I was just thinking, I was like, Andreas, like at some point you're just gonna have like whatever, and then I was able to, I got like penny pasta from a place, and that where basically just had a bunch of the sauce had a bunch of cut up like little bits of like onions and other stuff and stuff that usually I wouldn't be okay with. But I was like, okay, just whatever, like just watch a movie, just eat it or whatever. Like it's not gonna kill you. Like you're gonna survive or whatever, and it's just kind of that delayed gratification where it's like, okay, even worst case scenario, okay, maybe it doesn't taste like the best for a second in your mouth, but then you just freaking chew it and swallow it, and then as long as you don't like throw up or gag, which like some more advanced foods are like that, like I'm pretty against eating or whatever, like for the most of the time or most of my life, like I would, vicarious or very methodically pick out all the onions or make sure there's not a single bit of vegetable chunk on my noodle. But I was just like, who cares? Who cares if there's a little like you can't even really tell when it's when you eat it for the most part.
The other thing is you need it. You need it, right?
Yeah, and that's what I was also like maybe it'll actually feel good after. Like, but like, okay, maybe like the worst case, you might feel a weird texture in your mouth for like a second, but it's literally.
Okay, excellent. So you are really tackling that. And here's the thing, Andreas, I don't expect you to do all this alone. You need support. Okay? So what I want to do is I want to
You just broke up.
I broke up.
Yeah, for a sec. You cut out the voice.
Sorry about that. So tell me a little bit about what was your conversation with your parents about school? Are you going to go to Lynn?
Well, right now I want to. Well, obviously I want to make sure I'm completely, can do it. And again, I don't feel like any particular, I feel like, I don't know, I have a lot of different thoughts. I just know it's a lot of
My
money.
concern is if you wanting to go is not enough, we need to make sure that you're registered, right? Because if you do meet the
Yes.
registration period, then even if you decide you want to go, they've given you this nice option. And even if you decide you want to go, you won't be able to go
Right.
if you miss the registration period.
Yeah.
Do you know when that is?
Well, a lot of I think most like the absolute deadlines are August 1st, but I think like someone texted me even though I think yesterday saying like you haven't whatever you haven't registered for any classes, like this is someone from the student success team, blah 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 appointments.
Okay. Okay. And you think that you want to go back, right?
Yes, but I also know that's some will be alleviated, but I need to just start. I guess it's hard because right now I was thinking, because I was like thinking and ruminating about this or whatever. I was like, because I want this not because well I want this to happen as opposed to alternative, like truly, really, truly. And like on surface, I just want this to, like I just want to well, I want to be able to meet more friends. I just want to like the standard. Well, not standard. I know everyone's is different, but I just want to have higher education and also the things that come along with it. The types of like intellectual well whatever long story short and I was thinking uh I lost my train of thought
You want to go back.
yeah well and there's no maybe having a robust social life or whatever, especially the first semester into it won't. Oh, this is what I was thinking of that I lost my train of thought. I was saying I was trying to get back into the schedule, but I was like, damn, it would be really easier because obviously part of the day is unorganized. 'Cause one of the reasons why I was even going to bed like at a semi decent time and waking up at a semi-decent time when I had school was because I had to be in school for, at minimum, 2.5 hours for the actual class, and then with the driving, that was like 4 hours, like basically, and like in total together. But right now I don't have, so like, I mean, if I do the bartending school, that's obviously a very concrete time. I mean, I do have that. I like make it a commitment to work out once a day. And then I mean, obviously following the schedule, but just really falling asleep on time or like when I've shifted my schedule a bit is just so freaking hard. And it's just one of the things I'm patient with some stuff, but that's just one thing that I just get so freaking frustrated at because I'm just sitting there and it's like a weird time balance and I'm like, okay, I'm just sitting here with my eyes closed for 10 minutes, like, geez, and then I eventually fall in most of the time and then I'm like, okay, why don't I just, do something or watch something or start cleaning my room.
Andreas, hold on a second. Hold on. This is all going too fast for me.
Okay, apologies.
I know.
Probably not enunciating the best.
So here's the thing. No, I'm 110% Team Andreas, but I'm also tough with you because I want you to.
Yeah, and if I'm not tough with myself, and if you're not tough with me, nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah, and I know that your parents are busy, and
Yeah, I have, yeah, definitely lost a bit of their guidance, obviously moving here due to geometric stuff, but.
yeah, and I feel like they want you to grow up and be somewhat autonomous and figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
And I also want you to know that like we can take baby steps so that you can get there, right?
Yes.
We can have these discussions.
The small habits, they compound.
We can't wait for motivation to show up.
Yes, that's kind of motivation's almost like synergy. It's like almost like a thing that doesn't really happen. You gotta make them align. You gotta make the motivation versus waiting for it. Or I feel like yeah, doing this stuff, putting in the hard work, that'll make you motivated to at least either protect what you have or.
So we know that we're in agreement. So here's what I want to talk to you about. What I want to talk to you about is how is what do you want to do? So you haven't really talked to your parents about whether you're going to go back to work. So it sounds like that's not really something you guys are going to do.
Well, no, I want to do that. I guess I'm a little bit not apathetic, but I don't know. It's just a lot of emotion. Like also for me, like I just feel like with my parents, because then I know in my mind too that like I mean, it's a partly a good like fire lighting, mechanism, where like having this despair or anguish, where so, like, or I feel like because I don't want them to like put all this money in and lose it, obviously, and I feel terrible or whatever. So I guess, and then it's also with
So it sounds like you're not going back because A, it would be a lot of money. B, I think that
no, but if I were like, because I still look at it like I have a little bit, I have like maybe like a week more before like I really have to make a decision full on or whatever, and then I guess that's part of me making putting things to the last minute, which I definitely have a habit of, and it's kind of stupid for me to do. Even people that can get away with it shouldn't, but I can't even fucking get away with it. Excuse my French. Um,
everybody does, like it's hard to get motivated, especially when there's a lot. It sounds like you've got a lot of feelings about going back. Like,
yeah, I guess I just have I have a lot of feelings in lots of different directions. I suppose.
yeah, there's a lot of pluses and a lot of minuses.
Yes, yes.
So it sounds like your parents are really more they're more supportive of you doing a bartending class.
Well, I think that's more for in the meantime, just to show them that like I've done so like that I think they're also under. I mean, like if I could really just like what's it called, like tweet them or whatever, but I don't know. Again, I'm just feeling lots of opinions in different ways or just I don't know. Uh,
So, all right, do I understand it correctly that you didn't really talk to them about it because you're almost afraid of what they might say?
well, I
Was there
think.
a little bit of avoidance of talking about it?
That may be what's getting like an explicit answer. Like, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't want to like. I'm pretty sure if I really like was like really pleading for them, they would let me do it. But then of course, I have this big weighing on my mind where it's like, okay, if I don't feel which I um at least
You have to do the work.
yeah,
Right?
exactly.
If you say yes, this is it.
Exactly. No, exactly. And I know, and even with the thing Lynn sent me, it's not even if my parents for some, there's some freak universe, where they would say yes, Lynn would be no. It can get more explicit than that.
Yeah, yeah. So, so you do want to go back, or do you want to go back just because it may be what you know instead of getting a job?
Not necessarily what I know, but I know just the alternative. And then, well, like let's say like nothing. It's the jobs aren't gonna, that like this entry level job opportunities are not gonna get away from me. The higher education opportunities will get away from me. You know.
Yeah. Are you worried about like the idea of getting a job?
Well, not necessarily, I guess, what job I got, yes, but I've always, like, even, like, when I thought, like, oh, I could, like, easily become, or whimsically, think I could become, like, a lawyer or investigator or whatever it may be, like, in a career field, a high, skill set career field. I was thinking of, obviously, at the end, you always at college, maybe you go to an entry level in that skill field, but, you obviously go to one where at least, the skills or some of them to, like, be used would come in handy.
So here's the thing: if becoming an investigator is like college. That's you have to have a degree.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So one
Yeah.
one obviously like mirror I can still crazy stuff can happen anyway. But obviously one just has more doors open. Like one like there would be no disadvantage. Like any well I mean except for time and money. But as far as like at the end, so like someone the same candidates with college degree and one without, there's no one that's gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna discount him because he has that degree. That's not a thing.
Right. 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 Okay. So what do you want to do, Andreas? What I want to do in this session is I really want us to figure out what can you do? Like what do you really want? And let's come up with a plan.
Right. And then again, yeah, like, cause I feel, I need to stop these little, like,
Because it's July. And believe it or not, it's July, and July is going to go quickly.
yeah.
And so I don't want any of this to kind of catch you off guard or, right?
You know, and I really and I may got this loan acceptance by the skin of my teeth. I really so I need to understand that this is very much like if I want to do this, which I do, which definitely I want to have the degree versus not. 110%.
Do you want to do some research on looking at bartending classes, or because I don't know what you've been. So you've been down in Florida for a week. So my
Yeah, a little bit over a week. Yeah.
So my question, my dear, is what have you been doing?
Um.
Because the day is long. Everybody's got
Yeah.
to make do. For if they sleep 12 hours, which is a lot, they still have 12 hours to be awake.
Yeah, for the first couple of days I've been. Well, when I first got here, just with the whole I made my room look clean and but it's still everything's not where I know it is or organized in a methodical fashion. But then when I came here,
So you want to do more of that.
it kind of just
So Andreas, do you see where we are? We're kind of
like an impasse, kind of.
We're at an impasse, and I'll tell you why. Because we don't know how you spend your time, right? We don't know. I know how you helped work on your car last Friday, but it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. So for 4 days, there's nothing.
Right, but only like today I could have. Obviously I should have been more up earlier today. What's it called? But today, since obviously it was the holiday weekend, was the only time the mechanics started to open up again. And it's not really safe to be driving right now. I asked about the Valvoline.
Okay. But my question is, what have you been doing all day? So we don't know. So back to our time audit. We need a time audit so we understand how you spend your time. Because all the research I have read really points to the fact that unhappy people have no idea how they spend their time.
Yeah, I think I would agree.
They're time sinks, right? So they have no idea what happened between 1 and 4 today. Maybe they just sat in their room and chilled.
Yeah.
And once in a while we all need that. But if that's your day where you're kind of just chilling and doing whatever comes next, it's not enough, because I worry, Andreas, at some point your parents aren't going to be in a position to pay for your apartment. So what are you going to do? We have to.
Yeah, that didn't even cross my mind really. Oh my God, yeah.
We have to establish you in some way, either through a job or through either through a job or through school.
Yeah, I didn't even like.
So what I want to do is I know we want to talk about. I'm 100% here for you. If you want to talk about like how something makes you anxious, so that we can work.
Okay, yeah. For example, calling like the bartending schools, that like makes me anxious.
Okay.
Because I'm like my name's like I don't know.
Okay. Do you have a computer in front of you? We're gonna do this together.
I can get one in front of me in a second.
Okay, good. Because what I want to do is I want to spend more time, and we can talk about things that make you anxious, but it cannot stop us.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. Honestly. Yeah. Like, cause obviously. Yeah. Cause I'm gonna be anxious going to school. Yeah, the first day of school, I can tell if I'm gonna agree to this. I'm gonna be freaking anxious. But then, cause it's just cause I'm not like I don't know who's all gonna meet. It's just the fear of the unknown. But then as soon as I go, well, whatever. Like I just have to go through it. That's the only way to kind of deal with it. It's kind of by going through with it. Going through it, you kind of can't. It's kind of like I don't know. There's. I do have I need to. Do you know anything about hyperthyroidism? Did you I looked it up for some of the symptoms and stuff, and it definitely made sense as to.
Hypothyroidism?
No, hype knows what my mom has apparently, but that's the opposite of what I have. It's when the glands
Yeah. So they usually give you a medication for that. Are you on a medication?
No, not yet. I have to see an endocrinologist, but the ones when I was in Stanford trying to get one, like the earliest appointment I was able to book was for October 24th, and like we're like, this is ridiculous.
True.
But I mean, that's the one I have, but like I have that as a backup, and I'm obviously gonna see if I can get one that's sooner. Okay, just look up. Okay, I'm in front of my computer. Just look up bartending or
So what I would do is, what you're in Boca, right?
yeah.
Okay, Boca Raton Bartending School. So there's Boca Raton, Florida Bartending School, local bartending school. Let's see when it starts. Oh, so it gives you a bunch of things that it will teach you, learning options. Most popular in-person lessons. I really think that it's very important for you to do this in person.
Yeah, no, can you even do it online? I'm so like I don't even think that's an option.
Well, it says that you can do some online stuff. You probably have to be pretty self-directed.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no, I definitely, yeah, I think that part of just driving and crap, I just need to get used to.
Andreas, how old are you now?
23, yeah, I don't even remember, like, yeah, that's really a number where 22, I was like, okay, this is the last year of being a little bit of like 23, like, okay, you're kind of not, you're definitely not a kid anymore.
Okay, it was organizers to help them start a successful career, one-on-one lessons, ages above 18, things like that.
Wait, there's no way in heaven's earth you thought I was below 18.
No, I knew you weren't below 18. I was just curious. Hold on. It says you've got to contact them for a price and schedule. Now. So you've got to, they make you kind of submit your information in order to get information.
Oh, where which one is that? I see quite a few.
Okay, this is. So this is called localbartendingschool.com.
Localbartendingschool.com.
Yeah. Hold on. The best 10 bartending school here. So there's a bunch. There's ABC bartending.
Yeah, no, I see quite a few as well. That's what I was saying. That.
So which one do you want to look at?
I guess I wouldn't know how to really.
So ABC is gave it the other one gave it a 5-star.
Yeah, I was seeing.
Elite bartending.
Yeah, I saw Elite too.
Also look to see where they are. Can you look on the map?
Well, Elite's in Delray, but that's literally where that's one town above, so that's fine. That's where I was living before.
So it's one close to where you're living?
One town over, yeah, literally. So that's fine.
Okay. Which one do you want to investigate?
I think the Elite one was the one that me and my mom looked at when we were back when I was back home, and I think we thought it looked good. I think, if I recall correctly.
July. Just look up. I don't know why they don't tell Elite Bartending School. Okay.
Yeah, I think we were trying. Yeah, I think that was one of the things you're trying to find this like one like if there was like a thing where it's just like at your own pace or like how does it if there's a start, like where's the start date?
Very strange. So they say they're open from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. I don't know. Do you want to call them and ask them how long their program is, how much it is, and when it begins?
Okay, how long is it? Okay, how much is it? And when does it begin?
It's not clear. I'm reading some of these reviews and stuff just to see if I can get an idea. That 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to call them and see if you can?
Yeah. Like I said, that's the only way to find out.
Okay, it says there's maybe a 2-week class. I took the 2-week class. I learned a lot of knowledge on how to make blah, blah, blah. You know?
Okay, so call them.
Looks like there may be a 2-week class. The real question is, when does it start? You know?
Yeah.
And
Or
how much is it?
yeah.
Do you want to call them and then call me back?
Yeah. So call the elite one.
Was that the one that's closest to your house?
Which is the one that you're looking at that says the
The one I was looking at was called. I may have closed it now. Yeah, I think I closed it. Yeah, I closed it. Sorry.
Okay.
I closed it, but it was. I don't know. I don't think it was any of these. I'm not sure. So it might have just been an ad for something. But
I guess regardless, I'm gonna need.
like bartending school, ABC bartending school. Is ABC far away?
No. I think that's in Delray too, I think. Or that's in Boca, I think.
It's really hard to see. I mean, they don't have any sign up or anything. It's weird. So I think you're going to need to. Do you have a way to like call while you're on the phone with me or no?
I think I can dial another. Wait, do I even? Oh, there's a number for that one. Fort Lauderdale, that's further away. Yeah, I guess I would just okay. I guess I just gotta pick one and kind of call. I guess that's the only way to do it. I guess.
I would find out what to do. Do you think would the bartending job be something that you'd be interested in doing?
Yeah, or well, it's more, and it's also for it's both. It's obviously so I get some things, and obviously I could be able to do a bartending class in the future, and also so it's some things to do in the or to kind of like get a schedule going and like show my parents and show myself kind of and get into like kind of the swing of things.
Yeah. You mean to be able to do the course?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. While you do that, I'm gonna look up Lynn's registration.
Okay.
Who are you gonna call first?
I think elite. I think that's the only one. That's the closest one, and I think yeah.
Right. Call them right now. Ask 3 questions. How much is it? What is the length of the term, and how do you sign up?
Okay, wait. I'm gonna write that down. Cost, length, and then sign up time.
And when can you begin? When can you begin? You might want to ask what a typical day looks like.
Okay.
Because they might say, oh, it's only from 1 to 2, or it's 6 weeks from 1 to 2, or it could be 2 weeks from 9 to 5.
Right. Yeah, that's very true.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Go do that. This is an exposure for anxiety, by the way. That's exactly what we're doing. We're doing an in vivo exposure, meaning an in-session exposure, which I know causes you a little anxiety. But watch, it will actually reduce your anxiety when you find out the information.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah,
Call me back in 5 minutes.
All right.
I just need those 3 or 4 questions, and then call back.
All right.
And if they don't answer, call the other one.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
I'll call you back. Bye.
Right back. Please leave your message for
Lucas Brito. ABC Bartender Schools.
Hello. I just have some questions about the length of the term and like when I can begin.
For what city?
I think Fort Lauderdale, I believe.
Sure. Total cost of the program is $495, and we do mornings, afternoons, and evenings all for 2 weeks. Next week we will start mornings and evening class.
When will you start? You said afternoon as well.
Afternoons, they would start on the 17th.
Of July, and then go for.
5:30.
And then what were the morning classes? What would that be?
They'll start on the 10th, and then 9:30 to 1:30.
10. Sorry. So that would start the 10th. You said so. July. From 9:30 to 1:30.
9:30 to 1:30. Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Problem.
I'll get back to you. Bye-bye.
Hi.
Hi, I called them and I got a little nervous when I spoke to one of the guys. Apparently there's a couple of different well the one in that was close to me, they didn't pick up. I went to some guys on voicemail, but I think I was reading one of the reviews and they said it was like no, never mind. I think that was for a different place, but it was just some guy's personal thing, so I didn't leave a message, but then I called the one in Fort Lauderdale and he said they're starting a morning and night one that begin the 10th and then the morning ones from 9:30 to 1:30, and then they're starting like an afternoon one a little bit late, like the 17th or something.
Okay. Oh, wait. So later one in the afternoon starts on the 17th?
Yeah, but then there's one in the morning and one in the evening, that
Okay.
starts the 10th.
And how much is it and how long is it?
495, so like just shy of 500, and 2 weeks.
Okay. What do you think about that?
That could be good. But then also, while I was calling him, I happened to get hi, this is Alina from Linnew. You sent an appeal agreement and about to return a signed copy to Diane DiSerbio to return to Plan to Lynn. Should I just text her like, yes, I do? Yes, I.
Why don't you say, yes, I do plan to return to Lynn?
Working out some of the details with my parents.
Yeah. Andreas, I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you really talked to your parents about it? Because it sounds like you guys avoided the conversation.
Yeah, but I briefed, but it seemed, yeah, I guess I avoided completely talking about it, but I guess, I don't know. I guess, yeah, I need the one to initiate this, because it's my, life or whatever.
Yeah, it's your life, right? Exactly. So I looked up Lynn while you were doing that, and well done, you. And which program was that? Was that Elite or ABC?
ABC, Elite, that was the one that got sent to voicemail.
Okay, all right, so that was ABC. And so they have one that starts, what's the sooner one that starts?
Sorry, I'm just sending a message back to this woman. Um, okay. What was that?
Okay. What's the soonest one that starts?
The 10th, the evening and the morning classes. I didn't get the times for the.
It starts on the 10th, though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, good. Because I think that the sooner the better. I mean, there's no reason that gives you a couple days to emotionally prepare, but
Yeah, I think I should do that. Yeah.
You know, that's 5 days. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, let me see how far the drive is over there. That's the only thing.
Are you gonna have your car back?
Oh, that's a whole thing too. Yeah, I didn't even take. I gotta get it to a freaking mechanic then today, and definitely.
Okay. Why is it so late in the day though, and you haven't gotten it to the mechanic?
Well, because today was the first day I could do. Yeah, and I woke up late today.
Okay. Would you prefer the evening or the morning session?
I think the morning's probably better to get, so I have to be somewhere and wake up, I think.
Yeah, and so that you get into the routine of getting up.
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you do the evening, you I think might be a little bit more reluctant to.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, and then I might get or I might get anxious during the, like whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, it's got more time to get anxious during the day. So this way you get up and you go, okay, so that sounds really good. And it's 2 weeks, so it's not extraordinary. You'll be done by August 1st. So your money for Lynn is due on August 1st.
Right, yeah, a bunch of stuff, yeah, and then obviously the classes and stuff.
I don't know when classes are selected, but I know that August.
No, but they're saying yeah, and they're also saying to I got a text saying like you haven't signed up for classes, you should sign up, something like that.
Yeah, so they want you to register now. If you were going to do Lynn, you really do need to register now and reach out to one of those support people. Okay? So what I want you to do is I want you today to reach out and find out what the process is for registration. And then call your parents with information. Tell them registration is this date, August 1st is the date that money is due, and I would begin August 20th. And let them know that in July you're planning on doing a 2-week.
This is interesting. I can get an appointment tomorrow with my advising counselor for classes. But then after that, it turns into the next one after July 6th is July 28th, and then 31st.
Okay, so take the one tomorrow. Nab that right away. Okay?
Okay.
Do you see how it feels good to actually have some things set up?
Yeah.
I think it's not a bad idea for you to take this course just to get into the routine of doing stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Having a schedule, feeling accomplished, studying,
Yes.
taking it seriously. You know, even when there's no motivation, it's going to be something that you committed to.
Yeah.
Okay? How do you feel about that?
Good.
Okay. Are you going to call? I recommend calling a couple other places too, just to see what they say. And can you call your parents then? You're going to have a meeting with your advisor, and then the day after, which is
I just
you need
scheduled it.
multiple days to do this. Tomorrow is Thursday. You're going to have a meeting with your advisor.
Yeah, I just scheduled it.
Friday, can you discuss this with your parents and propose to them what you would like to do?
Okay.
Okay? And have the discussion with them. They may say, you know what, we're done with it.
Right, yeah.
So have the discussion with them and say, well, I think the bartending class is good either way because it gets me up and out. It gives me some sort of skill. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you tell me what's on your agenda to do.
Get my car serviced, talk to my parents, and obviously tell them the bartending school stuff, and then the school stuff.
And today you need to get your car serviced.
Yeah, because that. Oh shit, yeah.
And then tomorrow you're meeting with your advisor.
Correct.
And also, in addition to meeting with your advisor, I want you to finish researching these different schools, figure out which one you want to go to and when.
Right.
And then Friday, I want you to call your parents and make a presentation to them, and then have a discussion. Okay?
Gotcha.
How do you feel about that?
It's a little bit nerve-wracking, but it's what's required, and yeah, it's nothing I can't do. Nothing that's gonna kill me.
Andreas, what's the alternative if you
No, exactly, and it's nothing that's gonna kill me.
Which is more nerve-wracking, not having a job and not being in school,
Yeah,
or having a bunch of stuff that's on your plate?
Yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Which is more
that's kind of not having a job or any type of education.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Understood.
So remember, there are things that we have to do in life that are uncomfortable, but you did a great job.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Pam.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Bye.
reached Peter Newman.
Well, if it's a fight he wants.
Ready, Clive?
Always. Sick of Torgal. There, boy. You know what to do, boy. Get him, boy. You know what to do, boy. There, boy.
Benedicta.
Keep your distance, boy.
Where's he off to now?
Get him, boy.
Clive, look out!
Sick of Torgal. There, boy. There, boy.
Oh wait, should also be here?
There, boy. Get him. You know what to do. You know what to do, boy. Get him, boy. There, boy. Get him. Sick of Torgal. Over here. Sick of Torgal. Over here. Boy. There, boy. Over here. Get him. You know what to do. Sick of Torgal. Get him. Get him. Get him, boy. Don't let them get away. There, boy.
Wait, what? No?
you all right?
Fine.
The inner sanctum lies just beyond. Chances are the palace guard knows we're here. We should move. Not that any sane commander would send his men into a place awash with this much ether. Clive. If this all works, and the blessing fades, things are likely to get worse for our kind before they get better. Being the last to wield ether will make our talents that much more sought after, by which I mean hunted. I just hope, in the end, they'll see that we didn't have any other choice, that it was the only way to get us to a better place.
And here I was thinking I was the uncertain one. Luckily, 2 out of 3 of us have faith in you.
Then it all starts here. Time to earn that menacing title. Sid the Vicious, was it?
Qualifies you to have fallen off. And this is one of the things I don't really understand. I understand like the mid jokes and the job jokes. This one, like what? Give a job joke. This one, this is one of the things I don't really understand. I understand like the mid jokes and the job jokes. This one, what?
Why not ugly?
We're almost there. Anyone having second thoughts?
That's all I asked for. It's nothing special. Go, bro. On my bed, I my pistol, make sure I do what's your issue, tell me the left and right you, if you know I can't you, I'll put some on my rifle, rifle, tell me this is a rifle, you can rifle, do do it. Why did you, my pistol, Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Hey Dad, how are you doing?
Okay, how are you?
Good, what's up?
I'm just getting ready. Some people are coming over later, so just getting the house all ready.
Okay.
And, yeah. What's happening?
Well, so I gotta go to a mechanic or whatever, what's up with that? Like, and yeah, you need to be on like standby when I go or if I go or whatever, because obviously
You need to what?
you need to be on standby.
Okay. Well, you gotta, I would call that place up and make an appointment.
Tell them that, what do I say, that my engine's locked and there might be...
Oil change, that you just need an oil change. You took it to an oil change place that didn't get the lid open. And would they mind taking, ouch. God. Would they, do they have time to take you, get you in there? That's it. I think that's it, right?
Well then there's also the smoke or the leak or whatever.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, I would just bring it in and I wouldn't tell them that yet.
And, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, that's probably better.
I don't know if there's a leak, is there?
That's what the guy, I didn't see anything, but I don't think the guy would lie to me or anything, but he said that, but I don't know.
Right. Okay, well, you go there and...
Okay.
I mean, they'll look under the
Okay.
I wouldn't. That's the way I would do it. I wouldn't like presage it with that at the moment.
Okay. And then I was trying
You
to
have to leave it there.
the bartending school. They have a morning. The one in Fort Lauderdale talked to. It's like $500 for 2 weeks.
What? Sorry.
It's $500 for 2 weeks.
Right.
I will just try that. It was like $4.95. What's it called? But basically that. They have a morning and evening class. That starts the 10th, and then they have an afternoon class the 17th, and the morning is from like 9:30 to 1:15 or something like that. And then I also have to respond with Lynn. I made an appointment tomorrow to to talk with my advisor or for classes or whatever.
Right. Okay. Well, the bartending school. I mean, that's up to you. I mean, if you want to do that, I mean, that's your call. I think we said we'd sponsor that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, you need. I can't do this right now, but yeah, we'll put the 500, whatever it is, $25. You said.
Yeah. Well, I'm not signing up for it right now, so you don't have to do it right now. Maybe some for my car because I want to get that kind of.
Yeah, I put 120 in today.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to get that nip of that. Okay.
Right, and then we'll see what they say. You don't pay in advance for the car, so.
Yeah. No, I know. I'll just okay.
Yeah, so call now.
And then.
Get an appointment for tomorrow.
And then okay. And then so then I'm also having an appointment tomorrow with my academic advisor for classes.
Is that physically going in or?
No, it's Zoom. There's no physical. It's either on the phone or Zoom.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Yep.
That's good. So yeah. Okay. So that's all good stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Sounds good, man.
Yeah.
Get
All right.
stuff done, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess I gotta see how long the car is gonna be in the thing or whatever, because then obviously I needed to go to if I want to start the school the 10th.
You may want to do it for. You may want to see if they can take you now. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe they can. Maybe they can slip you in now. You know.
Yeah. Okay. And there's no way to discern a better mechanic versus a not.
At this point, I don't know. I mean, I don't think they were bad, were they?
Or so go to that one. Don't go to the one that that Ollie knows or whatever.
Oh yeah, go to the one that Ollie knows. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah, go to the one that Ollie knows. That's even better.
But call them in advance, definitely.
Well, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know if that's a one-man guy or shop or.
Okay.
Ask Ollie. I mean.
Okay.
But generally, yes. I mean, you have to call ahead. Because it's very rare that they're just waiting for someone to drive up.
Okay, alright.
So yeah, I would ask.
So even if I use the other place, call them again.
Pardon me?
Even if I use the other place, call them again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And then of course you don't want to make an appointment that conflicts with your need to go to the. Oh, you're doing it remotely. Right. Sorry. Excuse me. Yeah. So call Ollie and ask him for the number of the guy and or he can call it.
Okay.
Whatever. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, but you got it. I mean.
All right. Got you.
It's around the block and you can swing by. I mean, I don't know. If
okay.
It's close by, you could always drive over.
Okay.
You know, literally, if it's down the block, or 5 minutes away, I would swing by.
But if it's like 15 or so, then call.
Use your judgment, Jason.
Okay. All right.
But if you're in that neighborhood, and you go.
Well, it's not safe to drive around, so I'm not. That's what the guy said.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He said I wouldn't be driving it around, so I said okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So then call him up and get it in tomorrow morning, and then get.
So you doubt they're gonna be able to have space today? Okay. Or I'll just call, figure it out.
I really don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
I have no idea. Maybe they do.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he says, "Look, leave it tonight."
Right. And then just got an Uber back or whatever.
Drop it off.
Okay.
And they say, "Can you drop it off now?" And then come back and then call me in the morning. Something that might be better. That might be good too.
Okay.
Ride home.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, you gotta.
Yeah.
That's what you gotta do. So I would
All
do
right.
that now.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Got you. All right. Nice talking to you. Sorry there.
Let's talk maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or later. Or call me anytime.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'd say latest. Yeah. Tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Good work.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Bye. I want to dazzle my pistol, eh? Down the left, like right to it. Ow. Planetary destruction. Um.
Good afternoon, Bill.
Hello. I was wondering if you guys have time today. I have a car to get BMW to get an oil change, but I took it to a Valvoline and I think they had trouble. They couldn't open the hood.
No, we wouldn't have time for this today. We have to make an appointment for it.
Would tomorrow work or?
No, I'm fully booked this week. It's gonna be next week.
Okay. Can I call you back?
That's fine.
All right. Thank you, sir. Bye bye.
Thanks for calling Mobile. This is Josh.
Hello. I have a BMW that I need an oil change with, but I took it to Valvoline and they couldn't get the hood open. Would you guys have time for that today or?
I'll be able to take a quick look at it, but I can't take any cars until either tomorrow afternoon or Friday.
Tomorrow afternoon or Friday. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Not me.
We're with you to the end, Sid.
Then what do we...
Beautiful.
The heart of Sambrek.
Well, that didn't work. I think we're gonna need a bigger sword.
Mine's bigger.
Thank you, Clive, but I meant that figuratively. The core's clearly made of sterner stuff. Tyler's going to have a fit when she hears about this. Stand back. It's about to get out in here.
Oh, click.
That's more like it.
Clive, look.
What is that? Sid! Ifrit, I need Ifrit. Come to me. I can't do this without you. God. Where the hell am I? I've been here before. You again. Where are you? What do you want? Fuck. It's still alive. That's enough. What else can he do? That power isn't yours. But this is mine. How many more can there be?
Enjoy your nap?
You're wounded.
This? It's only a scratch. All right, the hole.
We'll find you a healer.
Here. No, you won't. I know who you are. And if you think I'm gonna let you have him... think again.
Sid.
One left. That'll do me.
Try not to talk.
For so long, I thought I had all the answers. But then I met you. And I learned it wasn't a good death we should be fighting for, but a better life. It's all very well, a man reclaiming his fate. But if he can't choose how he meets it, what's the point? So, I made a choice.
Oh shit. I thought he was gonna be safe, bro. Damn.
The rest is in your hands.
Damn, bro. I fucked with you, Sid. Fuck.
Crystal's blessing is a prison, Clive. And if it's an outlaw the world needs to help it break free.
Stop. Please.
I can think of none better than you.
Aw, Jill. Damn. He was the boy.
In ashen grip, let ember glow, to kindle flames anew.
I know this is Joshua, right? It's my younger brother. That ass looks like Sebastian though. Wait.
I'm sorry, Clive. Had I arrived but a moment sooner. Do you remember me, boy? I saw you protect them. That was very brave. I know you're there, Ultima.
Oh. You have learned our name. What else have you learned, Phoenix?
My travels have revealed much about you and your ambitions. I know that it was you who tore me from my brother. And I know that it is his power that you seek. But know this. If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Very well.
Wait, so he is the Phoenix?
Breath of mine ancestors, fill these lungs that I may dispel the songs of suffering.
A disturbance.
We'll leave. My brother alone. This is getting us nowhere.
We agree. No more games, Phoenix. We have come to claim our vessel.
And I said no.
Oh, he planted that earlier.
These flames are nothing. You will know what it is to burn.
Yours is a fleeting form. I'm not fool enough to think I can harm you. But to protect my brother, I don't have to.
These are not flames of destruction.
Have you forgotten already who I am? Just try and get to my brother now. Fiend.
Whoa. Wait, was that the whole... Oh shit. Oh, they do fuck up the hideaway. Oh, Tarja.
Fail or cook again! Find Sid! Are all fucking dead! Sid, help us! Where is he? You'll do! Bastard!
Gab, we've got to go!
Not without
Oh,
this.
Tarja. Please survive this, Tarja.
Among the dead. Shall I send a Stolas? That won't be necessary.
Is that the giant or whatever?
Fuck me! Where the hell are you, Sid? Where the hell are you? The finest silks from the master weavers of Randalar. Come, feel its softness.
Chocobo
Make a nice
steaks,
gift for your
chocobo
wife.
sausage, all from greens-fed farm birds. None of the old courses you'll find elsewhere. Here, take a bite.
I want peppers and peas, beans and beets. If it goes in a pot, I've got the lot.
Curatives, restoratives,
Look all you like, sir. It's all fresh. Picked this very morning.
Restoratives, unguents, ointments, poultices, calmatives, curatives, restoratives. Unguents, ointments, poultices. Might I interest you in a potion, milady? Perhaps a soothing salve to ease the aches of the road? I'm sorry. I wish you well, but may the mothers guide you. Calmatives, curatives, restoratives.
Calmatives, curatives, restoratives.
It's good to see you, Sid. What have we learned?
Obviously, why are they calling you
Rebels
Sid?
are locked up in an old courthouse on the edge of town. And I hardly need tell you who is there to make sure they stay that way. Kupka's private guard. It's a trap. And not a very good one at that.
Another? What does he hope to gain from this?
I'll have the captives free before nightfall. You do nothing of the sort. Our comrades didn't give their lives for you to get your throat slit. God's forsaken slum. So those in the courthouse should be left to suffer. That's not what I said. I simply meant it doesn't have to be you who frees them. You're as stubborn as the old Sid was. Just don't say I didn't warn you. You're Sid now, and if anything happens to him, we're finished.
Please, we don't know anything. You have to believe us. We'd help you if we could.
But you're helping us already.
Forgive him, my lord. He did not mean to offend.
Quiet, you!
No sign of Hugo.
I'll wager he thinks as highly of his minions' traps as we do.
Then this should be easy.
Don't hurt us. I beg of you.
Quiet means quiet, branded scum.
It's going to be all right. I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
It's him, the outlaw. Sid's here.
Should we?
Come on. Go! Summon the others! The bearers?
Safe.
Sid dies here! Over here! Get him! Outlaws in here! Bring me his head!
How many are there?
Titan sends his regards. This one. Get him! Enough of this! Let him play with the kitten! They brought a pet. You'll pay for what you've done, Sid.
Those things are fast.
We'll have to be faster. Get him!
I'm beating up this Republican war panther. Level up, baby. What am I, Marina? I got that from him. Doesn't make sense.
To hell with this!
They'll tell Hugo.
Let them. There's been more than enough bloodshed for one day.
Murderer. All of our friends are dead because of you. Do you hear me? They used us as bait. Bait to lure you out of your stinking hole, all because you couldn't just let things be.
What are you even doing here? We never asked to be saved. Did you think we'd thank you? They'll never forgive us. We're all marked now.
For 5 years we fought to secure a better life for our kind. To see that we are treated as equals. Do you not want that?
What we want is to be left alone. Every time you show your faces, it is we who suffer.
It's all right. I'm sorry.
Just leave us be. This is our home, and this is where we'll stay.
Sid told us this wouldn't be easy. They'll come round.
If you say so.
We should go.
Huh.
That night 5 years ago, we destroyed what for many was a symbol of hope. For a reason they'll never know. We cannot blame them for thinking us the cause of their misery. Though it's to give them a better tomorrow, they see only that we've made their lives harder today. Yet the boil must be lanced if it is to heal.
I can't help but wonder if we've made the right choice.
When Sid said that he wanted to create a world where we were free. Free to choose our own path. I honestly don't think it mattered to him if that choice was right or wrong. Only that it was our own.
I miss him.
A world where we can live and die as equals. That's what he wanted. What we want. And that's why I bear his name. It's why we've all chosen to bear his legacy. And I'm not going to let anything stand in our way.
Ride's over, lovebirds. Home sweet home. Otto was asking after you. Let's go and see him.
Never a dull moment.
Sid!
Staying on this time?
I don't know. Perhaps I should just have Blackthorn.
Oh, did Tarja survive?
Have we any more?
Yeah, well, remember?
Once the hall's swept, it's over to the tavern crowd.
Where's the 1,000 tomes, bro? No. Fuck.
All operations are
Ah, there you are, Clive. Word of your adventures arrived this morning. Victor sends his thanks.
I doubt Kupka will miss the fools he sent to catch me. Not a single one of the bearers we saved showed any interest in coming with us. No one seems keen to join hands with an outlaw. Any news while we were away?
None worth mentioning. Gav's still off keeping an eye on the Republican army. Should be back any day now.
Understood. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the map room.
Still can't work that one out. There must be better places than the hull of a gutted airship to bury your nose in a book.
Yet this is where she's chosen to be. And I'm sure she has her reasons.
Bro, this is like Monster Hunter right here.
I'd trust I'm not intruding.
Oh.
Back from your mission? I'm beginning to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed to luck alone.
One might say the same of you, Vivian Ninetails.
I'll have you know that only 4 attempts have been made on my life, and none was especially memorable. So, to what do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
Very well then. Shall we start with the state of the realm? To absolutely no one's surprise, she finds herself at the mercy of armies and outlaws. Well, mostly armies. Though that's not for want of trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here? Long though Sambrek's dominion over northeastern Storm has endured, recent days have seen the Blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sambrequois boots. Little wonder then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly, there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the Twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dhalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yaran. Who will be left standing, I wonder, when the last drop of blood is spilled?
You were born in Twinside. Do you not fear for your home?
Oh, dark clouds are wont to gather over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all, she has ever endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson, complete a simple errand for me and we shall consider ourselves even.
Even? Right.
Return this volume to old tomes in the shelves. Tell him it was adequate.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to visit our resident historian.
Here for another of my lectures. How may I help you today? Of course. Allow me to explain. Again. Here you are. Very good.
This is my scholar.
Osman Harpocrates.
Now that is a name I have not heard for a long time. So long, in fact, I had half forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you. Vivian asked me to return it.
Already? Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same. But alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts. That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head. But without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the right ones. Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though. Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Hush now. We all know there's no such thing as Moogles.
The twins seem well.
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young. The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them, however well they hide it. Titan took much from us that night. From some more than others, and the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
That we must. Just as I must give you the time you need to recuperate. Good day, Clive.
Good day. Gav will be back soon. I should get some rest while I can.
How good it is to see you, Clive. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them. There is a rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you. What subject shall we consider today?
That's wrong. But you changed way more than... She didn't get her hair longer. She looks a bit more scruffier. Are you still alive? Or is Charge? Wait.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Not back a blink and you're already off solving
Sorry.
everyone's problems. It looks good, Clive. Goes well with the scowl.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it. What it was like to be myself. And it's all thanks to you, Talia.
The scalpel did
Sorry.
most of the work. Ah, before I forget, a rider was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
Not a Stolas. All right, I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
Wait, did you remove his branded mark? I think he did, what the fuck?
What could Gav have thought worthy of a letter?
Have you been to the toll?
What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kupka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that. This is our chance. The one we've been waiting for.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. You from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash.
But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
He did. He was there. It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima. If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does. To a world without mother crystals. To Sid.
And so the North is lost.
I knew that the Blight spread ever more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far, far worse than any could have imagined.
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows. Tell me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to... intrude.
Not at all. We were just discussing strategy.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing. Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well.
What would make Martha leave the rest? What do we know, Otto?
Some lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip around the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're Traitors to the Holy Throne conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. I know it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should help speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
And not have yourself.
What's the average home house price in Fresno?
To rent or to own?
Do you own your own property? Okay, so I would assume you need to buy a land and buy property or construct it. How much would that cost? You don't just get gifted.
Am I just doing it for myself, or do I have like people that I need to support? Is that factors into how much money I need? I do.
Okay.
Well, depending upon how many kids I want, the land needs to increase per person. I don't want to be a girl boss. I don't want to do that.
So you want to stay at home, clear, of the household income, you want the guy to provide 100%, correct? Okay. So
I mean, I can have investments.
So then, yes, you just said you haven't really given them much thought how much are their needs. However, you actually need to give it even more thought because you want your partner to be contributing 100% of the household income. Okay, so how much does that need to be? Six figures? How many kids do you want to have?
That discussion at least two, but not like
Mind you, you're 20. Okay, what's the idea when you're gonna like settle down? What's the ideal age of the guy?
I mean, as long as they're not like geriatric, that's fine. But I'm not looking for like a cute tester. Like I want like.
Okay, but you said you want a homestead.
Not necessarily like a homestead, but I want to have cars for myself. Like I mind being like on the grid and like.
Okay, how big?
I can tell you like bedrooms.
Yeah, sure. How many bedrooms?
Okay, so like my dream house that I have is.
How about your realistic? Think you'll be.
Oh, that depends.
Because my dream house would be $1 billion house. Dream house is fairly. Okay, but realistically, like what? So, okay, how many bedrooms? You said you want 2 kids, right?
At least 2.
At least 2. Do you want the kids to each have their own bedroom?
When they first that's not like important.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And then you want master bedrooms, so 4 bedrooms.
I mean, if you want to be like, if that's my realistic house, yeah, like a. No.
Okay, how many bathrooms? And you want to stay in California? Okay, so you're open to living in North Dakota?
Maybe not North Dakota. The house is in Georgia.
The specific house?
The dream house is in Georgia. No, I want it.
Regular?
What's regular?
Let's say 2 3 times a year. Regular.
Zillow needs to sponsor me because I've looked at that house so many times.
Do you want to go on vacation?
Yeah.
Regular vacation?
What's Regular.
Let's say twice, 2-3 times a year. Okay. International vacations or you'd be okay? Okay. Cars? How many cars do you want? 2 cars?
I like cars. I'm a car person.
What? Okay. How many cars would you like your household to have?
One for my husband, one for me. Family car.
Okay. Are you okay with a regular car?
I like older cars. Like classic cars, not like luxury, but not like a Prius. Not something that's new, but not super fancy and extravagant.
Probably want like a family car, transport your kids around. Are you going to be doing that in a 1950 Chevy?
I could. Yeah, 1950 Chevy.
Okay. Keeping all this in mind, I'm going to ask again. What would your husband's income need to be for him to support 100% of this?
I mean, in like dream fairy tale land, or like, do you want me to like what? I don't know. Do I want to say like $1 million a year? Well, I mean, to support all that, probably you're gonna need more than $1 million a year. But
So above
well, yeah, I'll do above minimum wage. And I mean, I'm not like picky. I don't have like a hard stance. Like, they need to make this much for me to be happy.
the lifestyle that guy comes in, comes to my house. Do you see Tristan Tate's answering certain questions?
About the Jew stuff or whatever?
Yeah. What's your take on that?
The issues.
I know what you want me to say. I know what.
Cause to get all of us to destroy society. Like, that's a really fun. It's cool. It's sexy. It makes you feel like you have access to some special information. But at the end of the day, it doesn't get you any closer to solving any problem.
To say, I know what conspiracies you want me to peddle. That maybe disproportional numbers of people in certain positions in Hollywood, or banking, or whatever, are Jewish. Doesn't seem like something worth moaning about to me. Because to me, it's like moaning about the fact that most coal miners are men. There are discrepancies in race, religion, gender, in almost every profession in the world. The Jewish question, and when people ask me to talk about it, is something along the lines of, well, they secretly control the world and they're keeping all of us down and blah, 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 blah. Here's why you can take your Jewish question, shine it up real nice, and stick it up your little racist butthole. I'm going to tell you why. Because I don't actually give a fuck if there were a secret cabal of Jewish people controlling the world, or a secret cabal of black people controlling the world, or a secret cabal of cisgender white men controlling the world, or a secret cabal of Mexicans controlling the world. I don't care. And I'm going to tell you why I don't care and why you shouldn't care. You shouldn't care. Because I, Tristan Tate, was born as a mixed-race man in the projects on a council estate in England. I lived in a homeless shelter for years, and I am now in the top 1% of the top 1% in terms of income bracket. I'm in a very high percent in terms of influence bracket. I have 37,000 people listening to me right now. A lot of you respect me. A lot of you care what I have to say. A lot of you want to listen.
Thank you, Tristan.
None of you want to listen to my opinions about the Jewish question. Who cares? Stop caring. If you become a multi-billionaire and somehow Jews are messing with you, by all means, go on your stupid little crusade. But when you're living in your mother's basement, and you're poor, and you're broke, and you have no money, and no one cares who you are, no one cares what you say, and you have no influence on the world, and why don't you upset me over the fact that some Jewish people hold positions of power in the world? Get over it and move on. That is my answer to the Jewish question. There's been a lot of new stuff since the last time we spoke. A lot of stuff that we could talk about.
Yeah, sure. What's up?
There's a couple things that I have going on. I have Jesse Lee Peterson tomorrow, so I could ask you about that, about how to speak to him. There's also the Adam 22 blah 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 thing that you already know about. Everyone's talking about that. And also Tristan Tate following you. And
Tristan messages me this morning, and he's like, "Hey, I didn't know that you thought I was guilty." And I'm like, yeah.
And also mentioning Nick and addressing certain groups of people and answering the question.
Yeah, whatever you want. Are you in LA now?
I'm back. I was in LA and then went to Thailand, went to Phuket for a while, got back.
You're doing JLP, you're doing it remotely, or?
Yeah, I'll do it remote, but I wanted to do it in person, but I didn't know he was in LA.
Gotcha.
Okay, first, what do you think about Tristan? Did you see Tristan Tate's answering certain questions?
About the Jew stuff or whatever?
Yeah, what's your take on that?
I mean, obviously I agree.
Do you agree that it's not worth talking about and you should just get money and go on dates?
There's almost nothing there. People that obsess over it are generally losers. They generally offer no good solutions or advice or things. Anybody that offers grand conspiracy narratives about how the world is run, it's usually disempowering. It's just annoying. But obviously that's my take on it.
Well, I understand your point about the obsession thing. There are a lot of people that obsess over it, and usually the people that don't have anything really going on, and so they get satisfaction from thinking that everything's out to get them online. A lot of them are nerds in their basement all the time, spam posting on cartoon accounts. But don't you think that I'm wondering what you think. Do you think it's important to talk about, if you're talking about the Matrix and controlling mechanisms, aren't those questions worth investigating?
No.
Not at all.
I think there's a lot of important things to talk about in life. I think that the issues and problems that exist in life are usually, you need a pretty sophisticated explanation of them. Talking about like Jews or the Matrix is just a way to shortcut all of the critical thinking into putting all of the ills on some external boogeyman. Like rather than saying, you know, like integrating certain minorities into the country is very difficult, or sometimes we might want to do things and they end up backfiring. Sometimes, you know, policy is really hard to write. Those answers are unsatisfying, even if they might be the answer. It's way more satisfying to think like Jewish boogeyman, Holocaust, get all of us to destroy society. Like that's a really fun. It's cool. It's sexy. It makes it feel like you have access to some special information. But at the end of the day, I think it's not a problem.
Yeah, it's not very practical. You know, sovereign and self, all that stuff.
Okay.
The problem, just I guess like real quick on this, there's like two ways to view like the Matrix. So in one way, there's like the direction that like you, Fresh and Fit, Ryan Dawson, I guess are all in this direction, and then I think Trix is in another direction. In one world, the Matrix is like there's this system of people that are trying to disenfranchise men, delete masculinity, oppress white people, and they're doing so that they can leverage institutions like the banks and the WEF in order to enrich themselves while stomping on the necks of like all these other groups. That's like one version of the Matrix. I think that's what like your crowd in general kind of subscribes to. I think that the version of the Matrix that the Tates, or at least Tristan would talk about, is Tristan would say the Matrix are companies telling you to buy a product because it'll make you feel good. It's women telling you to be soft because that's what they want, even though they don't. And it's a thing that is leading to disempower people because instead of telling you the things you need to hear that aren't profitable, it's just products being sold to you by companies and feel-good slogans being given to you by people that don't know what it means to be masculine or be man, etc. That's like the quote-unquote the Matrix, I think, that like Tristan was talking about. So
it seems like you've lined up to his point of view quite a bit, maybe because I've seen a couple of your interactions on Twitter. It seems like you're even starting to agree with him a lot more. I'm wondering if you have shifted your perspective on the trafficking thing, or it's also interesting to me that he ended up following you for months on it, that he's a human trafficker in jail.
No, I mean, there's always going to be things that they say that I probably agree with, right? There's going to be things that he says that I disagree with. I still think they almost for certain are traffickers. But I mean, like I said, the caveat I always give is unless they lied in all of their YouTube videos, that's probably not true. But I mean, I told him as much personally in DMs too, where I said, it's, yeah, I mean, obviously I think you guys are traffickers, but I mean, they should go to court, have their day in court, do their shit. But.
And he wasn't upset with you? He probably had a cordial conversation.
I mean, he was a little upset. I guess he didn't know that, but I mean, I said, we'll see what happens. I said, good luck in court. We'll see what happens.
Okay. To respect you sticking to that point of view even after that, what's your whole take on, well, how should I approach the Jesse Lee Peterson interview? That's like one of your most popular interviews of all time. And I think he's a really interesting guy. I actually agree with him quite a bit. I posted this clip the other day from my No Jumper podcast where I was talking about how black culture promotes a lot of negative behavior. And a lot of times black people will drag black people down way more than they ever blame white supremacy people. For example, when you start to make it up in the world, or you start to speak properly, or you start to address more respectfully, black people will like use words like you're speaking white, or they'll bring you back down and say that you're and all this stuff. Say that you're simping for white people when you try to make it out of them. And you kind of see that response in the quote tweets, everybody saying, oh, you can't speak on black culture if you're not black, blah, blah, blah. Why is he talking about this? He doesn't know about jazz. It's like, okay, first off, no black person, like, who goes to jazz concerts anymore? Who listens to jazz? Who are all the top black artists? They're all, promoting murder, Sexy Red, he starts saying, my coochie pink, my booty hole brown, party. All the major artists are promoting degeneracy, which is something that we all know, but when you talk about it, they immediately try to silence you saying you're racist. So I kind of saw a good response there. I think it's something worth talking about. And maybe even something you agree about. So I was listening to before you saying that you can tell somebody is racist right away, but people will call me racist for that. And I saw a lot of people upset with me calling me racist. But I'm just pointing out something that if I was blacker, they would probably nod their head and agree with me. When Ye talks about it, they say it makes sense. But when I talk about it in a room with Adam 22, they immediately say like, he follows Richard Spencer, he hangs out with Nick Fuentes, he's a white supremacist, sympathizer, all this stuff.
I got caught truck walking in India. If you ever come to Delhi, you'll be surprised by the amount of trucks riding around. So I decided to sneak on top of this one. I wanted to see how far I could make up the truck. I had some really successful attempts, but for my last truck, I wanted to ride in the back of one. But the driver noticed me and started hitting me with a metal stick. I get out. And that's how I got caught truck hopping in India. If you ever come to Delhi, you'll be surprised.
It's a spicy man. Oh, it's looking at me, man. That's just causing more pain for it. You have to bite his head off. Why can't you just cause more pain to it? Bite his head off. Why the over here. Listen. 선물이라고. Sweet. Yummy. Wow. Oh. Yummy. Oh. So tasty. Wow. This is spicy. Whoa. Thank you. What the fuck? Thank you. Oh, this is spicy. It's looking at me, man. Bro, that's just causing more pain. We have to put his head up. Oh, this guy's gonna try and sell. It's very tasty. Okay, itadakimasu.
This is the live shrimp salad that I'm preparing right now, and I gotta mix together all of the spices. And after they put all the spices mixed together, they take the cube of the live shrimp, still chop it, and then they add it into the salad, give it a little shake, and then it's time to eat.
It's gonna jump out!
Mix good.
It's moving, man. It's moving. Ah, shit. Okay, itadakimasu.
Review? Yeah.
Wow. Very tasty.
That's so moving!
It's very tasty. Okay, itadakimasu.
I trapped an escape room worker, and he was not happy. I got caught by the Korean police, but managed to escape. It all started when me and Ivy decided to sneak into a Korean theme park. It was beautiful, but there were too many people, and we wanted it to be just us. So we decided to wait until the park closed, and everyone left. When we thought the coast was clear, we walked around for a bit, and it was amazing. This is the craziest arcade I've ever seen, and here's why. The moment I walked in, I saw winning hella tickets. So I grabbed the basket and got some coins. You literally need a shopping cart to carry around your team. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I sat next to people who couldn't do that. Before I knew it, I was winning thousands of tickets. I was dreaming about what prize I would go to. They had games consoles, they had TVs, they even had vacuum cleaners. But all I could get with all of my tickets was just some candy. This is the craziest arcade I've ever seen, and here's why. The moment I walked in, I saw people winning hella tickets. So I grabbed the basket and got some coins. You literally need a shopping cart to carry around your ticket. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I sat next to people. Before I knew it, I was... I was dreaming about the prize I was going to. They had games consoles, they had TVs, they even had vacuum cleaners. This crazy rail car can only be found. Ordered this with expectation. Okay. This crazy rail. This is how I almost died on Korea's most dangerous ride. With no safety harnesses, belts, or even a wall, you could go flying right over the top of it. Within the first spin run, I knew why this was the most dangerous ride. you. I did not want to go on it again, sus. I'm scared. What the fuck? Adam's apple? No way. It's actually gonna take us on a tour, bro. Excuse me, this is my tour guide. No way I just got a free tour guide, bro. This is sick. We can get one each show. Go and get one. We need to kind of all go to the same room. Oh, here comes my other one. Look. What happened? Wait, is this how they make babies? Is this how they make babies? Oh, because this one came to this one. I thought that they were... Where does the new robot come from? Like, when a new robot appears? Yeah. Is this how they make baby right now? They make babies? Never. Oh, okay. Maybe they need more time to get close to each other. No. Maybe I can slide down there. Whoa, fast. How much speed have I got from? I haven't had any breakfast yet. Challenge. Challenge? Yeah. Make oh, yeah. Like 3, 2, 1, go. Go, Paul. Don't be hurt. The whole thing. Hold it. Dude. I'm sucking on it. No, don't suck it. It's got chopstick in its head right now. Come on, put it out its misery. Oh, fuck. The first meal of the day. You can't come to South Korea and not do it. They're not I'm talking big game. Let's see it. Go on then, get me an octopus. Go. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Okay. Oh. It tastes like shit. I haven't had any breakfast yet. How do we get?
So, get the sub, 100 there, and then give 100 sub. That's the max we can give at a time.
Okay.
And then pay now.
You gotta be joking! What? Stop!
Oh, come on, it's fine.
Embarrassing. Yeah! Let's go! 100 gifted social trade. How do we give?
So, give the sub, 100 there, and then give 100 sub. That's the max we can give at a time.
Okay.
And then...
How do we give?
So, give the sub, 100 there, and then give 100 sub. That's the max we can give at a time.
Okay.
And then pay now.
You gotta be joking! Lucky box? What's this, bro? We're about to get scammed. Do we do the 5,000 or the 10,000 one? Get your hair cut next to the fucking building. $100? This airport had a playground, but it was closed. So I decided to sneak in and have some fun whilst I was waiting for my plane. First of all, I climbed up this tall tower, but when I got to the bottom, I saw this slide. The slide was gated off, but I knew I had to ride it, and I'd say that was worth it. This airport, I rode on top of trucks. This is the world's first prime vending machine, and you won't believe how much they're charging for these. Starting at the bottom, $12 for a can of energy, $20 for the green, moving up to $25 for the popsicle flavour, and then the most expensive, the pink hydration, $30. This is the world's first prime vending machine, and you won't believe how much they're charging for these. Starting at the bottom, $12 for a can of energy, $20 for the green, moving up to $25 for the popsicle flavour, and then the most expensive, the pink hydration, $30. This is the world's first prime vending machine, and you won't believe how much they're charging for these. Starting at the bottom, $12 for a can of energy, $20 for the green, moving up to $25 for the popsicle flavour, and then the most expensive, the pink hydration, $30. This vending machine has cakes in a can, and I'm gonna try this strawberry shortcake one. It's $11.80. Let's put my card in here. It's quite expensive for a cake in a can. Okay. Okay. Oh. What am I supposed to? Oh, beautiful. It's a cake in a can. There's no spoon.
Where's the spoon? Oh, a marker.
$11.80. It's gotta be like really good, right, for that amount of money. I'll do a spoon that goes all the way down and gets like a bit of a sponge, a bit of the cake, a bit of the.
Rated out of 10.
6 out of 10. This vending machine has cakes in a. Oh no. No. Hello. Do you know what the name of your store?
I think so. I'm not sure.
In English, what is this? Say, what's the name? Foreskin.
Yeah.
In English, it's the
I know.
the skin at the end of the man's penis.
Yeah, I know.
Why did they name the store that? Interesting choice of name. Oh no. No. Hello. Do you know what the name of your store means in English?
I think so. I'm not sure.
In English, what is this? Say, what's the name? Foreskin. This is the scariest ritual I've ever seen. Yeah, I think he'll really like this actually. He likes chess. Just because he got me doesn't mean that you can. He was a great salesman.
How much is gonna be some nice tiger eyes?
I don't care about it.
Sir,
I like the chessboard.
this is nice for your family.
Bro, why you guys think you can sell me because I bought one thing?
This is nice one, tiger eyes, sir.
Yeah, and you play this as well. Play it. And then you play this?
Yeah. Sir.
And you keep saying, sir. Holy shit. Yeah, I think he'll really like this actually. He likes chess. Just because he got me doesn't mean that you can. He was a great salesman.
How much is gonna?
This is the most expensive hotel in. Yeah, I think he'll. Really like this actually. He likes chess. Just because he got me doesn't mean that you can. He was a great salesman.
How much is gonna be some nice tiger eyes?
I don't care about it though.
Very nice, sir.
I like the chessboard.
This is nice for your family.
Bro, why you guys think you can sell me because I bought one thing?
Nice one, tiger eyes, sir.
Yeah, and you play this as well. Play it. And then you play this?
Yeah. Sir.
And you keep saying, sir. Holy shit. This is the most expensive hotel in India. It's so exclusive that you can't even film there. Luckily, I managed to sneak my camera in. The views from this hotel room are so insane, you can see the Taj Mahal from the balcony. One night in this hotel cost $11,000, and I'll say it's worth it. After all, this is the most expensive. No, just no, dude. No, bro, I don't even want it at all. Okay, thank you. Thank you. What? Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, thank you.
I'm giving 1,500, not happy.
No, you said for free.
What do you mean free?
You said free. You said for free.
But I'm giving really cheap product.
No, you said for free.
Tiger eye. Very
No,
cheap
it's fine. We already made the deal. Shake hands.
No, sir.
Shake hands.
Okay, one.
No, you said free.
I gave you all free. You happy?
Yeah.
All happy?
Yeah, and your bag? All right, thank you. 1,000 rupees. You want?
Just 2,000 rupees.
No, Okay. No, bro, I don't even want it at all. Okay, thank you. Thank you. What? Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, thank you. No, you said for free.
What do you mean free?
You said free. You said for free.
But I'm giving very cheap, brother. This
No,
is
you
not
said for free.
Tiger Eye. Very
No,
cheap
it's fine. We already made the deal. Shake
No
hands.
deal, no, sir.
Shake hands.
Okay, 1,000.
No, you said free.
I gave you all free. Is you happy?
Yeah.
All happy?
Yeah, and your bag? All right, thank you. 1,000 rupees. You want?
Just 2,000 rupees.
No, just no. Yeah. No, bro, I don't even want it at all.
I give it free.
Okay, thank you.
I give it free.
Thank you.
You are not happy?
What? Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, thank
I'm
you.
giving 1,500. Not happy?
No, you said for free.
What do you mean free?
You said free. You said for free.
But I'm giving very cheap, brother. This is
No,
not
you said for
This
free.
is Tiger Eye. Very
No,
cheap.
it's fine. We already made the deal. Shake
No
hands.
deal, no, sir.
Shake hands.
Okay, 1,000.
No, you said free.
I give you all free. Is you happy?
Yeah.
All happy?
Yeah, and your bag? All right, thank you. 1,000 rupees. You want?
Just 2,000.
This might look like a mountain, but it's actually made out of trash. I saw this whilst I was traveling in India, and I knew I needed to climb it. When I arrived, I tried to sneak in past security, but I got caught. I tried to plead my case with the boss, but it didn't go well. After my rejection, I didn't want to give up, so I went to one of the local villages. I met these two boys that lived there, and I thought I could pay them to help me get to the top of Trash Mountain. I couldn't believe this whole thing was actually made out of trash, and every step I took, I felt like I was going to slip into a hole. When I got to the top, the view was amazing, but the smell was disgusting. This might look like a mountain, but it's actually made out of trash. I saw this whilst I was traveling in India, and I knew I needed to climb it. When I arrived, I tried to sneak in past security, but I got caught. I tried to plead my case with the boss, but it didn't go well. After my rejection, I didn't want to give up, so I went to one of the local villages. I met these two boys that lived there, and I thought I could pay them to help me get to the top of Trash Mountain. I couldn't believe this whole thing was actually made out of trash. And every step I... I tried hookah with cow poo in it. I was wandering around this Indian hood and I came across these guys. Started hanging out and they were super chill. Then they passed me the hookah and it was pretty strong. They explained to me they literally had cow poo mixed with tobacco. Cow poo. Cow poo cold. Yeah, it's great. I love that. Now I can say I tried hookah with cow poo in it. I was wandering around this Indian hood and I came across these guys. Started hanging out and they were super chill. Then they passed me the hookah and it was pretty strong. They explained to me they literally had cow poo mixed with tobacco. Cow poo. Cow poo cold. Yeah, it's great. I love that. Now I can say I tried hookah with cow poo in it. I was wandering around this Indian hood and I came across these guys. Started hanging out and they were super chill. Then they passed me the hookah and it was pretty strong. They explained to me they literally had cow poo mixed with tobacco. I got caught truck hopping in India. Have you ever come to how I almost died on India's most dangerous Ferris wheel? Bro, we are wicked! I saw this thing moving so fast I knew I had to ride it. It cost $1 to ride and everything was creaking as I walked onto it. As it started spinning and getting higher and higher, I noticed a bunch of carts had fallen off. They've fallen! They've fallen! And that's how I almost died. I accidentally walked into it. I'm at an exchange place in New Delhi and I want to show you what it's like to get some money done in the tourist office here. So let's try and check it out. I'm...
Hey! 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 Shut! Hey! Shut!
Just grab it. Today I'm going to be trying to eat a live squid. He's getting a green sauce and now they're catching the shrimp. Oh my god, it's squirting. Oh my god, it's squirting. Oh, okay. I hate world's first AI trash can. Oh, thank you. I'm at the top of the mountain, right? It's pitch black. This is what people in China think British people eat. Are you saying that English food is bad?
Yeah, this is...
Bro, I don't know what this is. Look what she showed me. Sorry. This is what fucking people in Hong Kong and China who think that we are eating. This is the most funny thing I've ever seen.
It's so wiki.
Yeah, bro, Chinese people made this up as propaganda against the British. This art gallery let you draw whatever you want. So I thought I'd draw some snakes. It turns out I can draw as many as I wanted, but not everyone appreciated my drawings as much as I did. This art gallery I bet you didn't know this existed. This might seem like a regular market in Thailand. I'm gonna try these 1,000-year-old eggs. They're kind of like see-through. I don't know why they're see-through. They're really pretty though. 1,000-year-old duck egg. All in one. Quite good actually. You won't believe. Today I turned into a late boy in Bangkok to try and pick up some guys on the street. This is how it went. Ah, yeah, you want a piece of this?
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I like you.
The girls. Oh, look at that. You've been to the gym today? Oh, you're so beautiful, baby. What are you doing tonight? Oh, this is my boyfriend. Thank you, baby. How much you offering? For short time? 1,000 baht for both of them, so a little bit much. It's too cheap. Today I turned into a late boy in Bangkok to try and pick up some guys on the street. This is how it went. Ah, yeah, you want a piece of this?
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I like you.
The girl's looking jealous. Oh, I decided to become a ladyboy for the day. First things first, I needed a teacher. Please be a baddie. So I hired a ladyboy. Nice to meet you. Her name was Grace, and she took me shopping for a dress, hair, and even things to enhance my body. Hey, ladies. The plan is that she's going to transform me into a beautiful ladyboy, and I'm going to go on the street and see if I can pull any guys.
Go back to your house.
She did an amazing job. I paid 10 women to massage me in Thailand for an hour, and here's how it went. First of all, I was a little bit embarrassed, but they seemed down. I guess let's do it then. Let's go. I'm going to show you what $2.50 gets you in Laos. This is our hotel room for the night. Yes, double bed. Bottle of water and 2 towels. There's no window here. And then if I take you into the bathroom, there is a lizard who lives in here. This is where you do your business, and this is what you wash your business with because they don't do toilet paper out here. And then this is how you take shower. You fill up this bucket and you use this. $2.50. Beautiful. This is what $100 can buy you in Bangkok's illegal pet market. 23 squirrels, 2 alligators, 1.5 skunks, 2 of these, 4 of these cute foxes, 6 of this is what $100 can buy you in Bangkok's illegal pet market. 23 squirrels, 2 alligators, 1.5 skunks, 2 of these, 4 of these cute foxes, 6 of these hairless dogs. Which one would you buy? This is...
Did you not get any of it?
1 second, boy talk.
Here, talk.
I was like, you know the blonde cow, the one that they keep going on about with big tits, and I'm like, yeah, it was like, yeah, that's my girlfriend, but, you know, I let her do whatever she wants. You know what I'm saying? Sharing is caring. He was like, you know what I mean? Sharing is caring. So the guy who bought the table is her boyfriend? Yeah. And he's trying to have her pick her out. I'm just gonna ask her. Hold on. Is Sharon is Karen, huh?
Yeah.
That's not what I...
My boyfriend.
Oh, he literally came up to me and said, you know the blonde girl with the big... That's my girlfriend. And he said, but, you know what? I let her do whatever she wants. Sharon is caring.
No, I told him we're not dating, and then this off, I'm like, I'm gonna go pepper.
Okay, go. Where your friend? Your friend? Your friend? No. Your friend.
Okay, when I say this,
and Sitch, I don't know, do you have anything to add before we get started?
So, it turns out that Anna is a massive fan of our every episode. Huge fan.
Well, okay, so I happened to come across a video you guys did about me. It was the stream on, I hate to name names, but you guys were covering the left manga, and they had like a video about it. And now, you guys were the only ones, as far as I can see, that actually did a good job in highlighting how bad things were gaslighting. And so I think that because, when everyone around you, everyone who lets you be your friend, tells you something you know isn't true, but they keep repeating it over and over again, you start asking yourself, like, am I the crazy one? So that, but you guys put out a ton of videos telling me that it's not been friendly or nice, and it's okay. I can be a good sport about it. You guys raised a few valid, and I can be willing to accept where I'm wrong and where people are critiquing from good faith. Like, you guys have, and
Alright, guys, so we gotta talk about, like, one of their old hosts who have trans the network. And the reason why first the network is because Anna Kasparian and Joker apparently are transphobic towards the person candle. Okay, now this comes as we've seen kind of a turnaround in specifically from Anna Kasparian in regards to the extremists that are on her side of the political aisle. Okay, we talked about this time again on my channel. Anna Kasparian has basically pivoted when it comes to the radical left on issues like race, climate change, and gender ideology / LGBT. Okay, they're seeing the writing on the wall that that they're in bed with these far leftists on these issues are extreme. Okay, if somebody like Anna Kasparian happens to be a white ass woman, know that she is a prime target for and it doesn't matter if you agree with them politically. They're gonna come out and right. They're not going to tolerate basically anything you said if you're not yeah, okay, so now again she's come out recently and started attacking left. For example, you obviously at the beginning of the video shows Anna Kasparian on a I guess opposition channel, okay, talking about left mob, right? And again, that's pissing people off, right? People are losing their mind, okay, at TYT over the fact that Anna Kasparian went on a channel that has different political than TYT. They're now becoming enlightened centrists, right? They're becoming right wing. And I want to react to TYT post. This person's name is Benjamin Rolla, I guess. They're Marxist, Leninist, Fifo, 43. Right. Okay, so this person, tell us why they're like, that's hilarious.
Alright, so in case is the title of this video, I'm done with UIT. Now, before we get into like everything about this isn't about all of the hosts. There are actually a ton of people at UIT that I think are genuinely cool people. This is mostly about, of course, since like They're the people that are like up to like probably translated to start what used to be a ridiculous like bread. Literally everything. Yeah.
The far left pocket of the it starts right, you know, right here. And it's kind of big too, right? The biggest thing starts right here. Tell us why they're like that. I want that hilarious the drama that's going on here. Without further ado,
Alright, so in case it was obvious from the title of this video, I'm done with like now before we get into like
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
Let's get you to a physical.
Sid? I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help.
And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials ascended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
Cole is right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
If those horses touch
This one. Over here! Attack! Yeah!
Look. Up ahead. Martha. Are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds. Poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then... they may still be alive. Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
Black Shields? Is this some sort of twisted joke? There has only ever been one Order of Shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
Seems a step too far, even for the Empire. Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
No.
Damn it.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offence.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
This one. All yours, Vogel. Get him. This one.
Stay down.
Get him.
Is that all of them?
I think so. I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
Found her.
The abbot.
The bearers died protecting him. Calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
Tell me that were true.
Every record like Trump is saying, right? But they're doing better.
The Black Shields will return. The Cullings will continue. Rosaria will never be safe unless we save her. Tell Martha to beg Soul's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Where are you?
In here. We found a survivor.
Clive. He's gone.
We've laid the abbot to rest. But the bearers... they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the Abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix jump. The currents there are swift. If the Abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
What you're saying, I'm super selfish, leftist activist, and I like to build my cloud. Meanwhile, I want to under the box. Don't and by the way, Republicans, they tried everything. They something didn't work. They tried of like, hey, folks, in my competitive sport, it's a little bit fun. And you know, fun. You lose on everything else. But you have to get on the back, so it's not the ball.
Every action leads to an equal or greater reaction. And that's what the further we actively push the things that are not wanted, the more public capitalizes on that for their own power and respond with draconian legislation that we've been seeing in various states.
I'm going to say one last thing, sorry.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
Why don't you make them fight on the ground? What? Yeah, what? Look, we have the sounding winning issue. Paid family leave is at 84%. By the way, trans rights is at like 2/3 of the country saying yes. Why don't you fight on winning ground? Trans people from risking their lives to serve the U.S. military. That is winning ground for us. No. I want to be an idiot and go with you. I'll go fight on that ground. Please learn politics. Otherwise, get off of Twitter and do something productive with your life. Become a plumber or something, or a dentist. Do something. Thanks for watching the Tours. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super.
You know, it's very difficult for Americans who never left the country or lived outside the country to understand just how insane this country is. I mean, we kind of know, and we on this network remind everyone that it doesn't have to be this way, that people don't live like this. But now Americans living abroad, American expats in different countries are taking to TikTok to air all of the ways that where they live is incredibly different, and all the ways that the almost PTSD or sort of remnants of what it was like to live in the United States, they're carrying that with them into their new homeland. So let's first start with the video that started this trend back in 2021. Take a look. If you're an American currently living abroad, what is one time that made you realize that America really messed you up? I'll go first. I live in Warsaw, Poland now, but I always stay in touch with what's happening in the U.S. And I happened to hear about that Las Vegas shooting when someone opened fire on a bunch of concert goers. And it was very tragic news. But that day, I also went to the movies. So I was already in a kind of weird mental state. And when I left the movies, I got on a tram again in Warsaw, and I saw this guy kind of being sketchy and acting weird in the last seat. And I kept eyeing him the whole time, and he had his jacket open, and he was holding something inside. He was hiding it. And I thought, my first American thought was, it's a gun or a knife or some kind of weapon, and I need to move away as soon as possible. So I kept looking at him the whole ride, and then he takes it out, and it was a beer can.
this guy sipping on a beer. I didn't think that's necessarily what he was going to reveal out of his jacket. Have you been on public transportation in the United States? Sometimes something worse, a lot worse than a beer. But similar experience to an American living in Australia in terms of their fear of gun violence. Take a look.
One of my first couple of weeks, it was
Spotted us, Torgal? What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Over here! Go for
Nice try.
We're not making mistakes today. We're not making stuff and part of, look, I actually think that gun violence is one of a very good reason to leave this country. A very good reason. And, you know, the parent
You didn't see that coming.
who's going to grow up and go to school. Like, no, I don't want that. And you could say, oh, you live in a blue state. You could say there's strong gun laws. That's not necessary. You know, people, like, we have open borders. I'd like a wall between states that have, you know, lax gun laws and my state. But that's not going to happen.
That must be the bridge.
It goes, though, beyond just gun violence. This is a great account from someone who's living in the UK and talking about ambulances and her hesitancy to call an ambulance. Take a look.
So I moved to the UK about 10 years ago, and literally my very first night there,
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
And now they are truly free.
Herbs. What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they did.
And like they brought me home, they sat me down and they were so worried about it. They were like, ambulances are free, hospitals are free, what is wrong with you? And like, I hadn't realized until that point that healthcare in the UK was completely free.
That's just devastating to me. I mean, I can't say that I have worried about calling 911 or an ambulance on somebody. I mean, I think I have that I would say I have that privilege where I would call an ambulance. I would call like the fire department or whomever, a hospital. But the fact that that was your immediate reaction. I mean, maybe, John, my first reaction would be, let's get an Uber.
Yeah, it's weird. I've had that conversation. Like, I've been a part of that conversation back at college, you know, like a million years ago. It's probably more expensive now than it was then. But yeah, that's a very real concern. And not just the general healthcare thing, but specifically the ambulance. I know everybody thought, like it was actually kind of a deterrent sometimes to going harder because you knew that would financially break you if you needed to call that. And it's such a weird way to live. And again, it's another thing that we have just been trained to accept as normal. That other advanced countries can do better, but so many of us have no expectation that our country should ever be as good as them.
Yeah, there's two more, but this one I really, really like. So here is someone talking about the criminal justice system, and just like a fun little, thought exercise that I think a lot of Americans, we all engage in. Take a look.
I'm an American. I've been living in Europe for about 10 years. I first moved here when I was 23. I moved to Paris without knowing a soul. I had this French boyfriend. I remember there was one time, I think I was with his family, and I said something like, oh, if I could choose any meal for my last meal if I'm ever on death row, this is the meal I would choose. Like, what would you choose? And it was like, no one had ever had this thought experiment before. In fact, my boyfriend turned to me and he was like, that's the most American sentence I've ever heard. And I totally didn't get why. I had no concept that the death penalty just did not exist anymore in other places.
Yeah, except haven't you seen The Green Mile? Come on, people, Oscar nominated. Probably a lot of winners as well. Anyway, yeah, the last meal on death row is very morbidly specific to the United States. Yeah. Very specific.
This is just scary. They've been up there for an hour. Can't see it. There's an old guy in the first one. Hopefully he's doing okay. So that guy's up there just talking to the people, trying to keep them calm. As of what I've heard from one of our police officers, they have to grind. That guy's grinding some kind of metal steel thing that's kind of like a safety switch that stopped the machine up there.
Oh, you want to do this, right? But the idea of a last meal on Earth, that I think everyone has thought about.
This morning, a desperate race against time to find a missing sub with 5 people on board that disappeared on an expedition to the wreckage of the Titanic. The ship started its journey from Newfoundland, Canada Friday, carrying a 21-foot submersible vessel operated by Ocean Gate Expeditions. On Sunday, that submersible started what was supposed to be a 9-hour journey to the Titanic's wreckage and back, going 13,000 feet below the surface. But the vessel lost contact with the ship an hour and 45 minutes into its dive.
That's right. The search is still underway for Ocean Gate's vessel, the submersive, not a submarine, a submersible, which is carrying people to the site of the Titanic crash and the remains of the Titanic. Now, there's a massive rescue mission underway. It includes multiple American and Canadian agencies, including the U.S. Coast Guard, that reported today that they are still searching thousands of square miles. Basically, more about the actual Titan. There's a reason it's a submersible and not a submarine. It's 21 feet. It's called the Titan. It has the capacity to stay underwater for only 96 hours, according to its specifications, giving the 5 people aboard until Thursday morning. That's tomorrow morning before air runs out. 1 pilot and 4 passengers were inside the submersible early on Sunday when it lost communication with a ship on the surface about, again, an hour and 45 minutes into that dive. This is a big story for multiple different reasons, but obviously the main one is folks are dying currently, and we don't know where they are. And there are apparently buoys that emit sonar rays that are being utilized to find them. There are reports that they have heard a sound deep in the ocean, but it's not easy to actually go that deep. So it will take a while before they are found, and who knows how they will be and what condition they will be in. for context about how deep we're talking about and how difficult a rescue would be, if the Titan is on the ocean floor, the rescue would be difficult because of extreme conditions or the Titanic itself is 1,500 feet underwater, where the tank is only specialized weapons reach those depths that would be caused by the massive compressor. Now, it's really interesting because this military would want that to be on the ocean floor, right? So if the submersible, despite stipulations that the take has been indicted and both face charges of rape, human trafficking, and forming a criminal underground and sexually used toy equipment. According to Romanian officials, the three others will also be charged in connection with human trafficking, including Andrew's brother Tristan. A spokesperson for the Tate brothers confirmed their indictment to NBC News, but the brothers deny all allegations. Finally, Andrew Tate has been officially indicted for assaulting and abusing numerous women. Tate and his brother Tristan will now have to face trial for their crimes. So let's get into some of the details about that indictment. From The Guardian, the Tate brothers are accused of luring women to Romania before exercising acts of physical violence and mental coercion, according to a translation of the statement from Romania's Directorate for Investigating Organized Crime and Terrorism. The alleged victims were later taken to buildings in Ilfov County in Romania, where they were intimidated, placed under constant surveillance, and forced into death, according to the statement. The defendants then allegedly forced the women to produce pornographic content, which was shared on social media. Prosecutors in Romania have charged Andrew with raping one of the alleged victims, while Tristan has been charged with instigating others to violence. BBC said a Romanian judge had 60 days to inspect the case, that the trial would likely take years. No start date for the proceedings was announced. And of course, I'm sure Andrew Tate Batchin immediately took to the internet and his legion of incels to desperately try to spin the story in his favor. He posted this tweet in regards to his indictment that says, "I'm sure this case has absolutely nothing to do with stealing of my wealth, despite the fact that he's currently under investigation for tax fraud, along with everything else, so that wealth that he has might not even be lawfully his in the first place." He also posted a long video compilation with the various allegations of abuse against soccer star Cristiano Ronaldo, as well as Neymar, Johnny Depp. So this was the caption of that video. It says, "Men, this isn't about me. This isn't about whether you like me or not. This is about all of us. Today it's me. Tomorrow it's you. Nobody is safe from these lies." And we're only one person going on. The perpetrators of human trafficking are safe from being indicted for human trafficking. Now, the problem for Andrew Tate specifically is that he's on camera admitting to doing all of these crimes. Here we have some voice memos that he sent to a woman who he sexually abused, and I want to give a warning now that they are particularly difficult to listen to. Another case against Andrew Tate that you should probably know about is coming out of the UK. According to Jezebel, earlier this month, Tate received a legal letter from 4 women accusing him of sexual assault and physical violence, warning Tate of imminent legal action in London's High Court, as well as prosecutors in Romania are still investigating him for sex trafficking of minor girls, so underage girls, as well as I mentioned earlier, investigating him for tax fraud. So there's still going to be more charges coming down the line in Romania. Cenk and Andrew Tate continuously told everybody that these charges were never going to happen, and here they finally are.
Yeah. So there's one of the charges that I have a little bit of an issue with. Ravana and I will talk that through in a second. But let's talk about the charges he appears to be very guilty of. So they'll go to court and they'll present all the evidence, but those are Trump-like confessions. I strangled you a little bit. So what? What he goes, and you were complaining about it. In other words, you didn't want to be strangled. I strangled you against your will. It's going to be hard to get past when you go to court. That is rock solid evidence against you. The other one was worse. I did it again. He's pretty much admitting right there that he gets sexual acts against the will of these women. And there's another word for that. It's called rape. And so anything that involves physical violence, confessions to physical violence, sexual assault, he's in a world of trouble. And it appears that they have plenty of that. And so anything related to human trafficking and coercion, whether it's financial and otherwise, that are legally against the law in Romania and is part of the case of human trafficking, makes sense. Again, world of trouble. The one part, Ray, that I thought was a bit questionable, and then let's talk through whether it's questionable or not, is mental coercion. Because a lot of things could be considered mental coercion, and usually in a normal relationship, there's plenty of lying back and forth, both men, women, etc. And where do we draw the line on mental coercion? That one I'm a little uncomfortable with.
Yeah, so I've looked into this case today, and we discussed previously when I was on the show how he actually trafficked these women in the first place. Is called the lover boy method. I think there's a really big misconception as to how sex trafficking happens. It's typically not someone being snatched off the street by a stranger. In fact, that accounts for less than 1% of the cases. Almost all sex trafficking is perpetrated by somebody that the victim knows. And the way that Andrew Tate did it was to convince these women he selected to be vulnerable targets. He convinced them that he was in love with them, gained their trust, and brought them to Romania after convincing them that they were going to be in a relationship with him. And then his intent was to force them to be sex trafficked afterwards. That is not what they mean by the mental coercion. The mental coercion that they are discussing in this indictment against him is him beating other women in front of these women, threats of that nature. It's actually not the manner in which he brought them over to sex traffic them, but the way that he manipulated them not to leave throughout the sex trafficking. Anything other than the actual physical violence is encompassed by the coercion, the mental coercion.
Yeah. Okay, that is such an important clarification. And we had this discussion in the production meeting, and Ray looked into it more. I'm theoretically a lawyer, but I'm not as actually going to become an actual lawyer. And so, to me, what I was saying in the production meeting is, if he's saying like, "Oh, I love you," and that's how he tricks them, then a lot of dudes are going to prison, right? Listen to her clarification. That is really important. That is not what this is, right? Now, if it's the legal standard for mental coercion in Romania is, I beat people in front of you and imply that I'm going to beat you as well. Okay, yeah, that's what I would call that here in American law is assault. Because assault is both actually attacking someone and putting them in fear that you are going to attack them by saying it or exhibiting other actions. And that's what it seems like is the equivalent of mental coercion in that case. Does that make sense, Ray?
Yeah, it's along those lines. I will say, though, it's really shocking and fortunate that he's actually being prosecuted by the Romanian government, because they've gotten a lot of attacks from organizations that try to address sex trafficking as a country that has had really lax laws on sex trafficking. In fact, Andrew Tate bragged on camera that he moved to Romania because it had significantly laxer rape laws. So it's massive that this is even moving forward, although it's going to take years for this prosecution to actually occur. At least things are changing in that country as far as their treatment towards women.
Yeah, I'm going to say one last thing here. Look, it's not that the right wing is being targeted. It's that the right wing thought they were above the law. That's why both Trump and Tate would admit to shockingly illegal things, because they thought, what do you mean? We're white right-wingers. No one's ever going to prosecute us. We can do whatever we want. We can say whatever we want, and we never, ever get prosecuted. Well, there was a lot of truth to that, but now, apparently, apparently not. And by the way, Romania isn't America. I don't know their right-wing, left-wing dynamic at all, and apparently neither is Andrew Tate. So if he thought he was above the law because he's a white right-winger in Romania, he found out otherwise. And if you go to a country saying, I'm coming here because I think the rape laws are more lax, that is about as dumb a thing as you could possibly say, and you would only say that if you felt massively entitled to break the law anytime you liked. And unfortunately, that's the impression that America and UK left him with, because it's true. Most of the time, wealthy white right-wingers never get prosecuted.
Exactly. And despite what he's alleging, there's no deep state conspiracy to to prosecute him in the very right-wing country of Romania.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
to debate Sean Fitzgerald, who many of you guys probably know him as Actual Justice Warrior here on YouTube. But before I continue with my intro, I do have a guest here with us. Lisa, what's going on?
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for yeah, exactly. I am here in Philadelphia. We're filming some videos, so we're actually at the Moms for Liberty Summit, and Lisa's popping in an in-studio segment. We got a whole makeshift studio here, so it's going pretty great. But anyways, Emma Biglin basically derails this debate and starts telling Tim Pool that the people that watch the show, there are neo-Nazis that watch his show, and she's really just trying to jab at him. It completely blows up in her face. It's amazing. Tim and Sean handle it just perfectly, and we're going to be unpacking a few scenes from this live stream today. Now, if you guys want to check out the full live stream, you can check out the link down in the description below. Of course, as always, I will put links to full videos in the description. Also, check out their social medias, Sean's social media, everything like that. This video does have a sponsor, and that sponsor is Native Path. We'll be talking about them more in a little bit. Right now, let's go ahead and jump right in.
Again, Tim, like, the reality is I don't, like, you're perfectly nice to me here. I don't really care about you personally. I care when you say things that are harmful and wrong, like the hoax statement about it was wrong. It was completely factually inaccurate.
It's not factually
You called it a hoax because you know that your audience is going to feed into it, and then you parse it later so you have plausible deniability about it.
But specifically what I said was,
yeah.
And we talked about it in depth. I think the issue is just you don't watch the show. To be fair, I don't watch the story. But I said, yeah, the idea that you would take a tragic circumstance like this and then create a political story, put out this super PACs and try and change laws, that's a hoax.
Yeah, just a little bit of context there before we move on. A little bit of context there. We're not going to be talking about this the whole time at all. This is just one thing that I wanted to segue into her neo-Nazi claim. And she's talking about the medical board reprimanding Indiana doctor who performed abortion on 10-year-old. There was a whole scandal there where it wasn't reported to the police, and she ended up having to live with the person that sexually assaulted her, raped her for multiple days, after the fact, because they prioritized aborting it and leaking it to the media over anything else. At least that was the claim at the time. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, it was basically that they were trying to use the left was trying to use it to combat the changes in Rover.
Right, and it was right after. I think it was
right, and they kind of manipulated the story as well.
Okay, so we're not going to be talking about that though. She just brings up that little piece. Before we move on to this next clip, because this is where things just totally derail in this video. You are the booker for the show.
Correct. I am. I didn't book Emma. She was already scheduled. I did book Sean. And I usually hope the guests are going to come on and have really nice conversations and stuff. She was just there to make trouble. I mean, that was her role, Emma.
If not nice, somewhat good faith.
Good civility.
Right.
Civil.
So you booked Sean, you didn't book Emma.
Correct.
Okay, so we can't blame you for that. All right. Let's check it out.
Well, okay. How about the fact that you called the shooter in neo-Nazi Texas shooter who watched your program and called that baseball splat?
Because you don't even know anything about that story. It was four clips of the episode, and you can see in the images he wasn't even subscribed to the channel.
Yeah, he didn't watch your show.
No, he didn't. He watched one guy.
Yeah, have you ever went to those time codes? He was highlighting specific, and I won't name the guest from the guest.
But he did watch your show.
This is
so you're saying he watched an episode?
Sure. But do you understand why? And he posted.
I love Sean just jumping in there really quick, saying this is a nasty spear, just calling her out. We'll play the rest of this clip, and then we'll just make some comments about it.
Who was that one guy who watched the Majority Report and then commented on what Sam did?
Why do you think that? No, this was a neo-Nazi. Why do you think your content appeals to neo-Nazi?
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm just wondering why you think that.
Okay, I'm do something I don't normally do. That was an egregious over-the-line statement where I don't know if you are intentionally trying to just generate clips that are nonsensical or you're just really that stupid.
A little bit of both, I would say. Honestly, a little bit of both. I definitely was going in there to just derail the conversation, probably hoping to get things out. I want to give a little background on this. Can I give a little background on this? All right, everyone, let's take a few moments to talk about today's sponsor. If you are going to be an inflammation disease, hosting, swelling, and pain.
Excuse me, sir. I just need a little to fill this up. Can you help me out with this? No? Sir, you mind helping me with this? Sir, I'm Alex with ABC. What would you do? You just won a free Tesla. Go get the car. Yeah, go get the car. All right. Go get the car. Yes, and all this is paid trip to Hawaii. Hawaii. Yes. I'm dead serious. Come on, pull it up. How do you feel? I'm speechless. Like, what? Yes, come here. Come here. This is your new car. That's my new car? Yes, this is your car. I'm dead serious. This is your car. Congratulations. Yes. Yes, this is your car. Sir, you almost won a car. That's fine. He probably needs it more than me. I understand. Yeah, he just went on ABCs. What would you do? That's good. I'm glad he did. He probably needed it. He probably did. I guess you don't need a free car? Not really. Everybody needs a free car. What about Jin Saki said if you can't afford gas, get an electric vehicle. Do you think you should have an electric vehicle? Absolutely. What about Joe Biden said you need an electric vehicle? You don't think anyone has? Surely you don't. He said it. Well, congratulations to this guy. I'm sorry you guys didn't win. Thank you, guys. Congratulations. It's just like that? It's like that. This is your car. We're going to show you how to drive it. Hop in. Let me show you. So you go like this. We'll take it over on the block over here. Excuse me, sir. Do you mind helping me with this? Oh, no, I ain't got nothing. Just from a debit card? Yeah, I ain't got nothing, man. Nothing? Yeah, go check with him, man. Hey, sir, can you help me? Yeah. You got me? Sir, you're on TV. Let me just tell you what you just won. I'm Alex Stein. I'm with ABC. Congratulations. I'm Alex Stein. You just won yourself a brand new Tesla right here. Pull it up. Sir, what do you think? You missed out on a Tesla. Do you regret not giving some money for gas? I got money there. That's a little late now. A little late now? Okay. Jin Saki said everybody should have an electric vehicle. Are you considering buying one? I've been getting an education on it, like learning about the economy, gas prices? Yeah, the gas prices. And I've been getting some, updates on it. Well, listen, you got a nice car. I know you're doing well in life, so you probably don't even need the Tesla, but I'm saying next time an opportunity comes like this, maybe we just give a guy a couple bucks of gas. Yeah, you can't give me like a little man. Hey, we know how that goes. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. No problem. I have a question. I didn't bring the right debit card. Can you pay for mine? You can't? Can you help me out? It's the concrete. Sure. You got me? Okay, bet. I gotta tell you something. You're on TV right now. Sir, congratulations. Hey, what would you do? My name's Alex Stein. You just won $10,000, my friend. No, I'm dead serious. This is yours. Congratulations. The camera's right there. Say hello. Yes. Oh, thank you for being greedy, I guess. Oh, no. Did he offer?
He did ask me. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to talk to my coworker right now.
Oh, man. You could have won $2,000. You feel bad?
I don't really care. I would really prefer if I'm not in this, please. I didn't really need to talk to my coworker.
I'm sorry. You could have $10,000. Yeah, for sure. Do you mind taking a picture? Can you take a picture of it?
No, I'm good right now.
You sure?
I'm sorry.
Hey, what's your passport? Okay, here.
Bro, this feels so great.
It's real. Thank you.
I cannot do this.
Here, we gotta go fill out some paperwork.
Okay,
we gotta sign something. Yeah, we gotta sign something. Need your ID. Hey, he cut in front of me.
What?
He was a good man. He probably wouldn't give me my money. That's my dress, bro. Oh my God.
Excuse me. I just realized, I just checked my wallet. I didn't bring my debit card. Do you have, you buy my burger? Do it. Can you Can you get my burger?
Yeah.
Just the number one?
Yeah.
Yeah? I gotta tell you something. You're on TV right now.
Huh?
You're on TV right now.
Congratulations, sir. Sir, I'm Alex Stein. What would you do? You just won $10,000. This is yours. This? That is your check, my friend. Congratulations, yes. Right here. Guys, you won $10,000. Yeah! Almost $10,000. Almost $10,000. Do you feel bad? I know, but do you feel bad that you didn't win? I'm about to go to jail. Sir, you could have won $10,000. You could have won $10,000, sir. You should have been more generous. It was close.
Can you get mine? What? Can you get mine? No? Can you give me an ice cream? Can you?
Oh, yeah, I could buy it.
You can get it?
Yeah, if you just get a meter, then I'll get you one.
I gotta tell you something.
Yeah.
You're on TV right now. You're on What Would You Do?
What?
Look, they're coming with the check.
Sir, congratulations. Yes, I'm Alex Stein. I'm with What Would You Do? How you doing?
$10,000 check.
No, I'm serious. You just won $10,000. Don't mess with me. Yeah, I'm serious. No way! Do you need the money? Well, how do you feel? Mine? That's yours. Yeah. No, like, because I saw the guy in front of me, he didn't want to give him. I was like, I just want to be generous. Sure, did you say no?
Yeah, because I have a place to be real quick, so.
Wow, dude. That's yours. It could have been yours. Do you regret saying no? No. You don't regret $10,000?
No.
$10,000 for the little ice cream.
I'm not hard up. I don't need money right now.
That's awesome.
I feel great that you got it.
Yes, I'll take a picture. I'm literally shaking right now. Yes. You were so close to the money. I just can't believe it. Oh, this could be yours, bro. Dude, you're rich. Congratulations. What would you do? Get it back, take it back. I'll do that. Yes. Yes. Wow. Isn't that awesome? I think that's cool. Yeah.
Hey, excuse me. My card got declined. Do you think you can buy these for me? No? Can you help me out? My card got declined. Can you buy these for me?
Yeah, sure. I'll buy it for you, bro.
I gotta tell you something. You're on camera. You just won $2,000 cash.
What?
You just won $2,000.
You joking?
Yeah, because you wanted to buy the diapers for me.
Buy it for you?
No, I want to see if you'd be generous or not.
This guy's the real hero. Don't you think greedy, bro? The greediest man alive. Clutched it up. You said, do you want to have me? I'll give you 100. Should I give him 100 or no?
You can keep it. It's all yours. He doesn't want it.
Damn. Holy, no way. Thank you, bro. You the man. I'm gonna go to DC with this, bro. Hey, you good luck, brother. Appreciate it, bro.
Anytime, bro. Anytime.
Holy, no way.
I don't really need the diapers. Hey, excuse me. My card just got declined on these diapers. Can y'all help me out? Can y'all? For real? Can you help me out? Buy these diapers. My card got declined.
Yeah.
I did. I would have had you.
I gotta tell you something. You're on camera right now. You just won $2,000.
Shut up.
$2,000.
Yo, shout out to this guy. Holy, you're a man.
This won $2,000.
Yo.
I was gonna ask, did you help me out with gas real quick? Like a couple gallons? Oh, are you by yourself? You have someone with you? Oh, I was gonna ask them then. Can you help me with gas? Yeah, a couple gallons. Mom over there. You're gonna help me? All right, then. Sir, I gotta tell you something. So because you decided to be selfless and help me out with my gas, you get a racetrack. Here's your car. Here's worth free gas. And $2,000 cash. $2,000 cash for that. Because you decided to be nice and help me out. And she did it. So but she didn't want to help me out. What was that? What was that? What are your thoughts? What was going through your mind? What was going through your mind? Oh, you would have? Okay. You won this. How do you feel? How do you feel? You're on TV right now. You're on our live feed on TikTok. For what would you do? What would you do on TikTok? I know. So let's go inside. Let's go inside. How you feeling? Honestly, how you feeling? How you feeling? I'd love to see. Yes. What are you gonna spend that money on? What are you doing with it? What's the first thing you're gonna do with that? Hey, excuse me. Do you mind filling this up for me? Just this right here. You can't fill it? Hey, sir, can you mind helping me fill this up? You can do it? Okay, bet.
Sir, you're on TV. You're on a hidden camera show. You just want an electric vehicle. You're never going to have to buy gas ever again. $3,000. How do you feel, my friend? What do you think? Can you believe he just won a Tesla? What do you think? You could have won one too if you just could have gotten a little gas. It's a social experiment. Check it out. You're never going to pay for gas. What do you think, buddy? Come on, check it out. You're never going to pay for gas. Get in. It's like your run. Come on. What do you think, buddy? You're never considering going to gas. Then you would have to deal with any crack that money. I know how it goes. Well, better luck next time.
Something they've been teasing towards since the preliminary run. We saw that drama anticipated the tape. Also, a deluxe version of that record, which essentially had a number of albums worth of material on top of it. Also, future crossover Pluto and Pluto. And since the fans like have been the taste for an idea that this tape was dropping, the release date has been pushed back again. But the news of tape's release has slowed. Fans were still dying to hear this, and that desire only intensified after some drama. Just rock with the track certified hits and so 2 times flat. Though personally, I thought it was kind of an odd cut to knock off for me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like it so much so that I wish there was more to it and longer. It does have infectious groove, more progression, these persistent rhythm kicks that rock like Morse code too. The vibes on this track are really weird, idyllic, and futuristic, like something like Midnight Mafia or the Grips record. But the music itself isn't really a huge presence on the track. Vocally, really production, like random vocal drops throughout the track are what there is. And that has me kind of wondering, like, what sort of overload do you have on the rest of this record if this is like 80%? And the final answer to that is a lot, or not a lot, depending on what track you're listening to on this chaotic-ass album. Chaotic because it's so all over the damn place, and still manages to come through with quite a few hits, as well as
strong sergeant project mode for the base, which is already an embedding feature in traffic with steady beats, a very strong slow beats. They're bringing a lot of country routines. However, I'm not really surprised because this will be the first project to start off the question is, does it do this for the following 20 plus tracks? And you know what? Look at Suicide Forest, where he's trying to reveal this current trend of rage music. And holy crap, this track go hard. The heavy metal guitar, the cycling trap beats are great. There's a lot of super rock vocals and anthems all over this kind of too. He's just like, I don't think Uzi is just doing this style justice, but kind of killing, cutting through more of the pulse that Playboy Cardi's entire opening record they look at. Plus, there's an arc of production credit on the track, which I love to see, which may add to the song. Plus, there's an arc of production credit on the track, which I love to see, which may add to the song, just kind of having a touch more upbeat, you might normally hear in this version. There's a similar angle to the song Hymns as well. Another rage song on the track is that somehow smokes most of the competition physically. In fact, kind of surprising.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. Now, I think we all know that the dating landscape in 2023 is not it is not fun. Everybody is online. We spent 3 years locked down in our homes, losing all of our social skills. People are scared to ask out people in person or approach people. I mean, like, what if the person is uninterested? What if you're in a relationship and you didn't know? What if our friend takes away? What if they say I harassed them? What if I get embarrassed? Like, all of it. It's not fun. People are not approaching anybody. Nobody's dating anybody. We talked about those stats last week, like, men are not dating anybody right now. And that is where dating apps came in. And I think that they artificially solved this social problem for a while, but now I think that they've just made it worse because people have now spent the last decade swiping online versus approaching potential partners in person. And it has had an impact. It's not great, and people are tired of it. So we're going to talk about that today. Before we do though, make sure you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and ring that notification bell so you never miss a comment section or our live episode. Alright, so take a look at some of these stats. A recent survey from a UK-based dating app showed more than 3/4 of singles felt burned out by the unrewarding interactions and inappropriate matches from platforms and apps. Research from Hinge also found a significant portion of users, 61%, were overwhelmed by the modern dating process, and an April 2022 study showed that 4 in 5 adults experienced some degree of emotional fatigue or burnout from online dating. And there are articles about this everywhere. There's a headline, "Battling Dating App Fatigue." It's not new. Dating app fatigue gained prominence this year after such a lot of feeling that many people shared but had yet felt alone. Constantly messaging strangers on rotation, performing being the best of self, struggling to find something you like is demoralizing, and then just dating in general, like being online makes it worse. Not to mention, with many of us now using our phones as an extension of our work lives, thanks to apps like Slack, it is easy to see how dating is known as yet another task rather than something supposedly enjoyable. There's another one, "I'm still single, but this is why I'm quitting dating apps like Tinder and Hinge forever." And this woman said that going on dating apps is like being a slot machine. Specifically for her, regardless of how real a person's photos are, how accurate the description, how earnestly the texting, no digital profile could ever possibly represent a whole person. And these apps have got potential chemistry. think so many people wear silicone rings these days, so that just feels like it's less even faster. But in addition to just sending you this ring, and they also very cool doing it in VR, but it's all over TikTok. The company also hosts meetups and events for the pair ring wearers to meet other singles to drink black paper. If not, I think that I would be very suspicious, and maybe this is just like a company trying to do a bunch of little people that find these rings that nobody else has, and they're not actually trying to facilitate anybody meeting anybody, and maybe that is what's happening, but I want to be hopeful and I want to believe that they're actually doing this for the betterment of all of these people. But this does seem interesting, even though it is funny to me that we needed an app and a company to get away from dating apps, and they're claiming that this is some kind of, revolutionary social experiment that they're, dropping on society, when it is basically what people did 50 years ago. Like, you see somebody, you're like, ooh, let me look at the hand, see if there's a ring. Then if there's not a ring, you decide, or do you want to approach and read the room? You use your social skills. But apparently we don't have that anymore, so we need this more silicone ring. But anyway, the response is all over the place. I first saw this on that account, Beauty, is that how you pronounce it? This was actually an ad that they did. But millions of singles are now wearing rings as a dating app alternative to meet people IRL. And the caption was, the social experiment of healthcare is taking the world by storm. Also, one thing that they said in the caption is that the green is for heterosexual people, and then if you're part of the LGBTQIA plus DY whatever community, then you get a purple ring. A lot of people were concerned about that, so they had to clarify. Somebody said, we had a similar strategy when I was growing up single. It was called look for people without a ring, and they were considered single. That's what I was saying years ago. Another person said, wait a few years and people will find a way to bring quantum mechanics to dating. I feel like the common thread in 2023 is that we are going back to things that are very traditional, like approaching people in real life. It's like this article that I saw where someone was arguing that monogamy is like a kink because it's dangerous and it's so rebellious to do something that is so traditional. Mechanics to dating. I feel like the common thread in 2023 is that we are going back to things that are very traditional, like approaching people in real life. It's like this article that I saw where someone was arguing that monogamy is like a kink because it's dangerous and it's so rebellious to do something that is so traditional. Like, what if we made a huge circle, guys? Somebody else said, do they really only have one color for the entire LGBTQ community? But they're both looking over us. Oh, we know. Always. Somebody else said, cool idea, but hard to see how this has become a lemon market. The highly attractive do not have to be single. They're already in the approach. And a lot of people were saying that this doesn't act like there will definitely be less women wearing the ring because they want to be approached anyway. They want less guys to approach them, which definitely might be a factor for some women. But this also might make other women feel more safe because it's a little less flawless. Like they can choose whether to put the ring on or not put the ring on if they want to get attention that night, if they want to actually meet somebody. It's kind of interesting. And it does crack me up that this is still a little bit artificial and people need to put on a ring in order to approach somebody in person. But I like that this is in real life and it's not on the app. Like, I do think that's a positive thing. And as funny as it seems and as ridiculous as it might be to people that somebody needs a ring to feel comfortable approaching people, I do think it's positive because it's getting people online, it's getting people off apps, maybe this is like the training wheels to teaching people how to approach people in person again. Getting men confident, getting women comfortable with it again, so they don't go worrying about Me Too. Like, maybe this is the stepping stone that everybody needs. A lot of people were also talking about it, like one person said, everybody's complaining, but I think this is low-key smart. I'm sick of dating apps because everyone is drawing when you really can't tell who they are, but being able to see in person who is around you will make my social skills way better. Again, it's like training wheels. Like, if people need that to get them out there, go for it. Find a ring, wear it. You have a cheap one off of Amazon if you want. Put it on for all I care. Somebody else said, to be honest, it's not that bad of an idea, but okay, hear me out. Wearing a ring to show not just that you're single, but also that you're looking single could take some of the anxiety off of approaching people in your life, and that way, those who are looking to mingle, even though they're single, don't get disturbed. All of this in an ideal world. So again, that's what I was saying about women. Like, if women do not want to be approached, for the ones who are wearing rings, they could take them off. They could not deal with it.
Yes. Just got called World Take 56. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak held a summit with event organisers and national sporting body today to discuss how to stop these predators from wrecking our summer of sport. He told some newspaper that Johnny Bairstow, the cricketer, had some bright ideas for fixing this plight. Here's a reminder of what Bairstow did. That's the way to do it. You throw him over the sidelines like a piece of trash, which is what they are, frankly. Or play inevitably on full 18 in Normandy was moved to suspended twice today when Just Stop Oil protesters scattered orange confetti and jigsaw puzzle pieces over the court. Another disruption. Well, look at the reaction of the crowd. Did you detect universal support for this movement? Cheers of yes, you go, Just Stop Oil, we're right behind you. But did you hear what I heard? Which is loud, relentless booing, jeering, and abusive shouts from a public sick and tired of this. It's another PR own goal from a protest group who seems determined to become the most hated in modern history. And elsewhere in an annoying protest, anti-monarchist demonstrators targeted King Charles in Edinburgh today. Here they are with their trademark yellow t-shirts and placards as the King arrived at St Giles Cathedral. How many people do you think they won over today? Is there anyone in the crowd going, you know what, I'm actually going off the book. I think I'll join the movement. I doubt it. Well, I'm joined now by a friend of the show, Liz Bosnick from the anti-monarchy group Republic, and also by the Green Tycoon and Just Stop Oil backer Dale Vince. So Dale Vince, well, welcome to both of you, but Dale, let me start with you. Trevor Nielsen, who was a big supporter of groups like Just Stop Oil, came out in the Sunday Times last week and said it's become disruption for the sake of disruption. Working people trying to get to their jobs, dropping kids off at school, or just enjoying themselves. There's now a case where pink-haired, tattooed, and fierce protesters stand in front of the cars so their kid is late, for example. It's just performative. It's not accomplishing anything. I actually believe it's become counterproductive. And I just feel like that has to be said by someone involved in the beginnings of what it's become. This is going to require an immensely difficult navigation of the middle, and the activists are ostracizing the exact people who need to engage. They're creating an excuse for people to stay on the sidelines. Blocking bridges, he said, is a lot easier than building bridges. And that's what we need to do if we're going to succeed. I think he's right, isn't he? I mean, I just don't see any upside now to what these Just Stop Oil protesters are doing. Every people, in many cases, hard-earned enjoyment, watching sport, and for what?
I don't. I think it is. So look, I think your language is right. That wrecked sport. They aren't wrecking people's lives. The climate crisis is wrecking people's lives. It has killed 4 million people already, and it does make 20 million people every year homeless. Right? I call that disruption. Cricket was about 3 minutes. Today there was more disruption from the rain than there was from the protest. So I think you're making much of it. I think they are doing a good job because they continue to put this issue on the news agenda.
But everybody hates them.
Again, an exaggeration.
Well, it's not an exaggeration. Listen to the crowd. Listen to the crowd. Here.
That's not everybody, is it?
There's no one cheering. There's not a single person applauding or cheering.
At Wimbledon.
Right. That whole crowd.
I can only say that the world has lost two great points in life. Stockman and PH. And as we talked yesterday, these men were great men who tried to risk everything. And I want their epitaph to be what Teddy Roosevelt said. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marked by dust and sweat and blood, and who strides valiantly with bears. But who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, and great devotion to spends himself. Knows in the end the triumph I achieved. Excuse me. And at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. So that his place will never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory or defeat. And that, to me, is the true epitaph. Stockton Rush and P.H. Nargelet and their companions. And I'm very sorry, it was just devastating sitting here listening to the realization of what we all feared and then trying to express my pain in this moment.
Fred, there's no apology at all. I know from our conversation yesterday how personally moved you've been by this. The rest of the world has watched on in sort of mounting horror as this story has unraveled. For you, it was incredibly personal. You've been on this vessel, you've been on the last two Titanic missions in 2021 and 22 with Stockton Rush, with your friend PH. He'd been down to that wreckage 30 odd times, I think. He brought back so many extraordinary things for the world to see. It was a genuine historian in that sense. We're looking at a picture of you all now. It's a desperately sad time for you and for everyone who knew them, their friends, their families, everyone. And it's a sad time, I think, for the world to look on and see people who ultimately, as I said yesterday, I got very angry about the reaction from certain people about the fact that they will. Well, welcome back to Facebook and Uncensored. An historic moment in American history. Donald Trump has pleaded not guilty to all counts in court in Miami, facing 37 criminal charges over his handling of classified documents. He's the first current or former president to ever face federal charges. Commentator and author Meghan McCain joins me now. Well, Meghan, I just had a very robust defense of Donald Trump from Carrie Lake. I can't imagine you share that view.
I would just like to say, I think you're like, no, and I think you're one of like the most even-keeled journalists who works in media. I can understand.
Thank you.
Antagonistic.
It's when she says you lot are all the same. Outrageous. Maybe great to have you on the show.
I was like, you were literally fired for free speech.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Thank you, Meghan.
be here as
What is your reaction to this really quite historic moment? I mean, this is the first time any American president, current or ex, has ever been charged with federal charges. This is a big moment.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, it will be something that my children will read about in history books, and it's, you know, it's really disheartening. It's really depressing. As an American, it's embarrassing. I mean, the global culture is watching us, and you know, seeing what's happening. He's by far the front runner, as you saw with your last guest. There are people that will vote for him if he is, you know, sent to prison and would be running the country from prison. So it's amazing to me that you know, he's accused of 37 counts. It's a lot. You know, General Petraeus almost went to jail for 3. So I think we're in a situation that is obviously unprecedented and you know, unusual waters, but that's no different than anything we've dealt with President Trump. I'm interested to see how the current group of people running for president on the Republican ticket are going to be handling it going forward, because right now a lot of them are defending him.
Right, I mean, that's the really interesting question, isn't it? Because at some point, the Republican Party has to make a decision about whether it can actually go forward with a guy who's facing not just state charges over hush payments to a porn star, but is now facing 37 incredibly serious charges on his indictment, you know, about under the Espionage Act, about basically using classified documents related to nuclear power to, you know, to how you would go after enemy states and so on. This is not chicken feed. This is serious stuff.
No, and look, I woke up this morning to the news that I read online that there was a person who had gone to the White House and appeared topless at a pride party over the weekend, and I was just sad and also horrified at the state of different kinds of things going on in the country. Joe Biden is an incredibly weak candidate. 75% of independent candidates, voters don't want him running for president. 80% of Republicans, over 50% of Democrats don't want him running for president. Republicans can literally only lose this election if we nominate Donald Trump, and it looks like that's what we're doing. And I think we're going to have a really hard look as to what our party, but also what our country is going to look like with him being the front runner. That being said, I don't see a lot of courage coming out of Washington, D.C., and courage coming out of these candidates running. There's no one I'm particularly excited about, including Ron DeSantis. And none of this is good enough. And I think part of it is if you walk this line where you're going to, you know, suck up to President Trump and want to get his supporters, but at the same time want to, you know, differentiate yourself from him, it's not something that's going to be possible. And I do think there is a lot of voter fatigue. And those 75% of independent voters are going to make or break this election. And if there's one thing we've learned, they do not like President Trump.
I mean, look, this whole debate around Trump has been so toxic, so tribal. You know, I've had times when I've supported Trump. Trump. I've had times, not least when he attacked your great father, and I felt his behaviour has been completely sickening and demeaning for anyone who's ever held the office of president. So Trump is this kind of character where you can like him for some things and detest him for others, but he's got this extraordinary stranglehold over a large number of Republican voters. And if you're going to try and beat him for the nomination, you've got to somehow, as you just rather well articulated, you've got to somehow bring those votes with you without trashing their hero. It's difficult.
Yeah, and your last guest, not to make it too personal, but she went down that road and told anyone who voted for McCain to get the hell out, and that's exactly what happened to her. She is not the governor of Arizona, no matter what she thinks in her brain. And the exact same thing will happen to President Trump. He has lost Arizona, a very valuable swing state. This will come down to 3 swing states in the United States of America, as it always does. And President Trump has lost all 3 the last 2 election cycles. So I'm not exactly sure why we continue to put our card next to this losing horse, especially given, as you said, the historic circumstances today. But I'm 38. I'm a different generation. I'm a different voter demographic, and there just seems to be a lot of, quite frankly, older boomers that have a stranglehold on the party and want to see President Biden get reelected. And everyone don't want an 86-year-old to be president, leaving office in the next cycle. I think that's a very dangerous precedent for our country. And my understanding is, I work at a UK publication job you used to have at the Daily Mail, that a lot of our friends across the pond think it's quite bizarre when we have a president that's this old and could be that old if reelected.
Well, you could have a choice in the 2024 election if things go the way people fear, where you have a man who appears to be senile against someone who might actually have been convicted of federal offences under the Espionage Act. I mean, it's a completely extraordinary situation.
Yeah, and I think it's where a lot of people are looking at RFK Jr. I'm not a fan of his or a supporter, but he has upwards of 20% of Democrat support right now, independent support coming strong. And I don't think he's a particularly interesting candidate or politician. I think he's an activist married to a famous actress, but I think it's just that people are just so thirsty for anything that's different than these 2 candidates. And just from a holistic standpoint for the American people, this is a very depressing, very scary time to have these 2 men as these powerful men leading both parties. And I think it's a recipe for disaster. And I quite frankly think it's a recipe for even more disenfranchisement of what people call the establishment, what people call, as Kamila was saying, like people in media circles and establishment media. I don't adhere to that line of thinking, but it does make you very cynical about who's running things. And I think an example of that is the Democratic National Committee is not allowing President Biden to do any debates. I think the American public deserves to watch him debate any of the candidates who are running for president. And like I said, RFK Jr. has over 20%. Marianne Williamson has 10%. These are not numbers that any Democrat strategist should be ignoring right now.
Yeah, I completely agree. Megan, always read your columns in the Daily Mail. The second best columns the Mail's ever run, obviously. You always provoke thought. That's the best thing about reading your columns. So thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So what does this all mean for the future of the Republican Party in 2024 presidential race? We get live pictures here of a courtroom in Miami where the recently deposed President Trump has just been charged on 37 counts. 37 involving classified documents of the most top secret stuff involving America's nuclear program, its plans for potentially attacking enemy states and so on. Very sensitive stuff that he shouldn't have had in the first place. And then when he was asked to hand it back, according to the indictment, he didn't hand all of it back. So these are serious things, and you could explain away Trump, defend him as much as you want, feel like he's getting a hard time. The indictment is serious when you read it. Joining me now is the Conservative radio host Ben Ferguson, host of the Rubin Report. Dave Rubin. All right, guys, there's a battle raging here now for the soul of the Republican Party, and a real quandary. What does the Republican Party do about this growing number of legal issues that Donald Trump is facing? Ben Ferguson, where are we here? Donald Trump, all right, you have the Stormy Daniels stuff. You can sort of joke that away, say it's trivial, a bit of a witch hunt, stupid. I don't disagree with that particularly. But this stuff, when I read the indictment, is very serious. If this was Joe Biden and it was leveled at him or Obama, you would be leading the charge probably to have him executed.
not executed, but I would be leading the charge for classified documents. If you're going to have this level of accountability for a Republican, then damn it, you better do it for everybody on the left that has also done this. And there was no accountability. This is going to be why this is not a big issue in the primary for Donald Trump. There was zero accountability for Hillary Clinton. 3,000, 30,000 plus emails, literally telling her staff to take hammers to Blackberries and cell phones. Zero accountability. And that's going to be the talking point for Donald Trump. I think he actually gets closer to the nomination today with this indictment because there are so many Americans, conservatives, that are sick and tired of a two-tier justice system where this system goes after Republicans and looks the other way when there's meetings on tarmacs between former President Bill Clinton and the Attorney General talking about Hillary Clinton. They've had enough now. Does that mean that this is going to be a good thing for Republicans in the general? I think it's way too soon to tell here. But ultimately, right now, there's a lot of pissed off Americans that are sick and tired of the justice system here. And there's a lot of examples of it. For goodness sakes, look at the day they charged them. You've got intel that apparently $5 million went to one executive at Charisma and a bribery scheme to the sitting president of the United States of America. And the majority of the mainstream media was silent on it. So are people shocked by this? No, they're not. They're getting pretty vocal.
And let me bring it down, though, because the issue to me, there's also political relevance to this. In other Republicans, it's rapidly coming to a point where you have clear options. I mean, you can have Ron DeSantis over in California, it's pretty impressive, genuine conservative. He's been wildly successful in Florida, turning 33,000 votes into 1.5 million. He's Trump without the baggage. He's very Trumpian in all sense. Trump tried to rubbish him and rubbish what he's achieved is obviously, in my estimation, complete nonsense. Why would the Republicans want to pursue the Trump road to nomination when it's so full of potential danger and when he might be the only person who could actually let Joe Biden win?
Well, the short answer to that is that Trump does have a certain acclamation over the world in the last decade or so that allows people to follow him whether things are working or not working. Look, at the moment, I agree with you and with Ben on this idea that the thing that people are most upset by at the moment is the selective prosecution and persecution of Donald Trump. When they see the asymmetry that Biden and Hillary and even Mike Pence as VP can get away with classified document things, and Donald Trump can't, that asymmetry is what bothers people. But on the DeSantis point, I completely agree with you. We have what I think, as you know, I moved to Florida during COVID in large part because of Ron DeSantis and moved my family here and some companies here, and I have a ton of flourishing people that I'm around now in a state that is functioning, I would say, really at the pinnacle of the world for freedom right now. We have a guy who has done everything he has set out to do in his legislative agenda. He has fought the woke. He's got the neo-racism out of the schools. He's got the gender stuff out. In effect, he's doing all of the things that anyone who is conservative-minded or right-leaning or Republican or even a disaffected liberal, which there's a lot of people, I think you're probably a little bit in that category. I think he's the guy that can get everybody out of this. But that's sort of a separate issue than what the base of the base, the Carrie Lake type, who I like how I want you to call you a sellout and then also say God bless you. I love talking to you. That they're never going to leave the Trump orbit. But I think that there's Ron DeSantis offers a chance for a whole bunch of people. But Trump, I just don't see where the new people are. Even putting aside all of the indictments and the craziness, Trump
Well, that's a good question. I mean, yeah, to bring back on that, I mean, the real issue is who's with the independents. I just don't see independents liking any of this. They're all in this with guns. And I don't disagree with you, by the way. There are legitimate allegations of double standards in the way that they're treating emails, Joe Biden's documents, and so on, to be treated by the liberal skewed mainstream media. I completely agree with that. But purely on Trump and what he's done to him, and what we apparently are going to hear from his own voice on a tape, where he concedes these are not declassified documents, the copy of everything he's been saying. This is a real sort of Damocles hanging over his heart. my view, one of the great minds of our generation. Modern linguistics is what you call him. In my view, one of the great minds of our generation is a linguistic philosopher. Fiercely outspoken in his writings, authored over 150 books, fabric of society. I'm glad to say that Jonathan joins me now from his home in Massachusetts. Mr. Jonathan, what a pleasure to have you on the program.
Pleased to be with you.
I wanted to start by asking you, there's a famous doomsday clock based on what a lot of experts perceive to be the moment the world basically ends. That clock is now heading towards the dreaded midnight at a fast rate, but nearer to doomsday, according to experts, than we've ever been. Do you think, I mean, you're 94 years old, you've had an extraordinary life, you've seen lots of things, not least world wars. What do you think about the state of the world right now? And are we right to be perhaps concerned that doomsday is on its way?
Well, the doomsday clock was set in 1947, shortly after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At that point, it was 7 minutes to midnight. A couple of years later, 1952, moved to 2 minutes to midnight when the United States and Russia exploded thermonuclear weapons, showing that human intelligence had advanced, if that's the right word, to the point where it could destroy everything. Oscillated since in the Trump years, it moved back to 2 minutes. Later, the analysts abandoned minutes altogether, moved to seconds. It's now set at 90 seconds to midnight. For good reasons. Set in January, a June middle, moves still forward towards midnight. We're now facing questions that have never arisen in human history. They will have to be answered soon, or else we're essentially finished. One, of course, is the threat of nuclear war, which is growing both in Europe and in Asia. The other is the inexorable march towards climate destruction. We have a couple of decades in which to deal with it. Methods are pretty well known. If we don't pursue them, we will pass irreversible tipping points, and there will be a steady decline to undescribable catastrophe. That's where we stand now.
I mean, I would add a third to that, potentially purely based on what Professor Stephen Hawking told me in what turned out to be his last television interview, which when I asked him what was the biggest threat to mankind, he said that artificial intelligence learns to self-design, and that's it. There are some experts out there in the world of AI who believe we may be approaching that eventuality. What's your view of AI and that threat?
I think that's mostly science fiction. I mean, in principle, it is possible to reach what's called singularity, to reach a point where AI might move on independently, but it's such a remote contingency that I really don't see any. It doesn't seem to be worth considering very seriously, especially when we think of the imminent catastrophes.
On the catastrophes that you taking the first one of nuclear war, how close do you think we're getting to that potentially happening with this war in Ukraine? In other words, if Ukraine with its offensive was to push Vladimir Putin back, if it looked like back on Russia and he may be losing the war, or is even driven out altogether, do you think he's potentially the kind of person who might actually use a nuclear weapon to see ammunition?
Well, it's conceivable. Tactical nuclear weapons have apparently been placed in Belarus. The West is taking a ghastly gamble. They're assuming that if Russia faces defeat, which does not look bags and slink away silently to oblivion or worse, and will not use the weapons that everyone knows he has to escalate the war up to the point of attacking NATO supply lines in western Ukraine, in which case there's growing confrontation with NATO, and once you step on the escalation ladder, it's very hard to stop. So it's possible. There's also a serious possibility of nuclear war in Asia. In fact, U.S. top military officials, generals, have predicted that within a couple of years we'll be in a war with China. It should be understood that a war between nuclear powers is inconceivable. It means termination. If a country, major nuclear power, carries out a first strike, it itself is likely to be destroyed, even if there's no retaliation, if only from the effects of nuclear winter. These are not conceivable possibilities, but top strategists are talking about them and planning for them. In fact, U.S. official policy, strategic policy, since 2018 has been to be prepared to fight two nuclear wars with China, two wars, but of course they become nuclear wars with China and Russia. This is beyond insanity.
What do you do if you have a dictator like Vladimir Putin who thinks it's completely acceptable to illegally invade a sovereign democratic country in an effort to restore the Soviet Union to its Tsar-like glory days, as he would put it? Or if you're President Xi and you've made it pretty clear you want Taiwan back where it belongs, as you see it, and you decide to do the same with Taiwan, what does the rest of the world do? Do we not have a moral duty to stand up to that kind of thing?
The first thing we do is try to be clear about the facts. Vladimir Putin said that it was a disaster for the Soviet Union to be destroyed, but he added, anyone who thinks it can be restored is out of his mind. That part of the quotation is not given in the West. With regard to Asia, there has been for 50 years an agreement between the United States and China. It's called the One China policy. It was established in the 1970s, firmly, explicitly, unambiguously said that Taiwan is part of China, but neither side will undertake provocative actions to change this situation. It's called strategic ambiguity. It's held the peace for 50 years, which is not inconsiderable in international affairs. China is still maintaining that position. The United States is abandoning it. The United States is now accusing China of calling for a One China policy, which in fact is true, they do, and that's the official policy of the United States for the past 50 years, now being abandoned with quite provocative actions and plans for further escalation. I can read you look at the official doctrine, it's not secret. This official doctrine is to encircle China with a ring of sentinel states, not U.S. allies, South Korea, Japan, Australia, Guam, arm them with advanced precision weapons aimed at China, provided, of course, by the United States. And it says now, escalating that by sending B-52s, that's nuclear-capable B-52s with cruise missiles to permanent stationing for the first time in Guam, U.S. military outpost, northern Australia, flying time to China. Meanwhile, the U.S. is quite openly, publicly, calling for a commercial war to prevent other provocative acts are being taken, increasing diplomatic relations, contrary to the agreement in the One China policy in the 1970s, as I mentioned.
But let me ask you, if China, understanding everything you just said, if China did invade Taiwan, what would be the morally correct response of the West, and in particular America?
The morally correct stance is to prevent it from happening. There is no indication that China is planning to invade Taiwan. If the United States increases the escalation, they might do it. In that case, the bars are down. You can't say, if you move on to war with China, we're basically all finished. But there's really no point considering a remote contingency when there are actual events taking place, like the U.S. escalation of the confrontation with China. China's not saintly by any means, nothing like it. But if you look at the facts, it's U.S. escalation. The U.S. is now trying to enlist Europe in its confrontation with China by expanding NATO. The U.S. has expanded NATO to the Indo-Pacific region, turning it into an international military system under U.S. control. All of this is going on. We can, if we like, talk about the possible contingency of Taiwan and of China invading Taiwan, for which there is no indication, though it could happen if we continue the provocation. Remember, the provocation is serious. It's both in the military dimension and in the commercial dimension, quite openly. What I've been referring to is public policy, very open, and it is increasing the threat. You put nuclear-capable B-52s in flying distance to China with nuclear-tipped cruise missiles. That's provocation.
Well, they would argue, of course, that it's defensive. They're actually, these are protective measures. They're not provocative measures. They would argue that China's march to economic imperialism and their massive expansion of the military represents an existential threat if they misuse those powers. That's what they would argue. And therefore, what they're doing is protecting themselves and other countries from nefarious behavior by China.
I would suggest distinguishing between Western propaganda and the facts. So let's take China's military buildup. This is reported regularly by SIPRI, Swedish Peace Research Institute. You can pick it up on the internet. You will find that China's military expenditures for the past 10 years, per capita military expenditures, are a flat, straight line. They have not increased. Of course, China has increased its military as the population increases, but it's way below U.S. military expenditure. And the U.S. is far above in technological advances. So yes, China, remember, is faced with security problems at every border. The United States is faced with no security problems, but U.S. military expenditures dwarf. They're about the same as the next 10 countries. Per capita China. So yes, there is. And when we talk about this economic imperialism, exactly what are we referring to? We're referring to investment and development programs throughout Russia, expanding to Africa, expanding even to Latin America. The U.S. is trying to stop them, has found no way to do it, except by escalating in the military and economic dimensions by trying openly, publicly, to try to prevent China's economic development.
If you don't mind me, at the risk of sounding impertinent, but you sound very trusting of China and its motivations
No, not in the least. I said explicitly, China is by no means saintly. Plenty of criticisms you can make of China, but I would like to describe the world situation as it is, not as it's presented by U.S. British propaganda.
Okay, let's move to another issue I think we have more common ground on. Free speech, it seems to me, has never been under more ferocious attack in the West than it is right now. Why is that, and what do we do about it?
There definitely is an attack on freedom of speech, even freedom to read. In the United States, Ron DeSantis, running for president, as he just announced, has imposed regulations, laws in Florida, which make it illegal to teach authentic American history. You have to teach a kind of history which glorifies the United States. Nothing about what actually happened. This is happening in Republican legislatures around the country. The libraries are being forced to throw out books. There's laws passed to say there are topics you're not allowed to talk about.
Well, he would argue, I mean, DeSantis would argue, I've interviewed him, he would argue that he is focused on things like critical race theory, which he feels is inappropriate for teaching young children. He thinks that gender ideology should not be taught to young children. And it has a lot of support. A lot of Floridians agree with him about this.
Critical race theory. What is critical race theory? Does anybody know? Critical race theory is a slogan invented by the right wing, and the person who invented it, Christopher Rufo, has been very open and frank. He says we just use this as a way to refer to everything we hate. If you want to know what critical race theory actually is, it's a small academic discipline which investigates systematic elements of racism in American education. So they certainly exist. It's never reached the schools. Schools wouldn't even know what it is. This is invented by the right wing, exactly as Rufo stated, to refer to everything we hate and want to destroy, like teaching American history, like teaching gender issues. We hate that, so we'll call it critical race theory. But it's a small academic discipline which no one ever heard of until it was picked up primarily by Rufo, then expanded through the Republican echo chamber to be some major attack.
Well, I don't disagree that the right obviously had a lot of issues. On the far right in particular, we've seen a rise of white supremacy in America, a rise of far-right domestic terrorism and so on. That's completely inarguable. But also we've seen a rise of what I would call a very strange version of liberalism, this very ultra-woke so-called liberalism, which I would liken more to fascism, albeit without the extreme violence, but the mindset of wanting to control how people think, wanting to cancel people for having different opinions, deplatforming speakers you don't like at university, and so on, which to me is the antithesis of what liberalism is supposed to be. What do you think of that phenomenon?
I've been, as you know, probably very much opposed to the actions of small sectors of young people who are picking up the traditional cancellation which has been endemic in the academic world and in the political world for years. I can give you examples from my own experience. Cancellation of the left has been constant. It's only you want me to spend time, I could tell you from my own experience, which is small of it. Now, small segments of young people are picking up that same improper policy and should be opposed. We should oppose it just as we should have opposed the massive cancellation that has been accepted for decades because it was directed against the left and dissident opinion. So yes, it's wrong.
Let me ask you, I mean, like I said, you're 94 years old. Is there any great burning question in life that I find it hard to believe you haven't found the answer to everything, given how massive your brain is. But is there anything left that you would love to know the answer to, that you've never, to your satisfaction, worked out?
Well, moving to another domain of intellectual, professional pursuits, there is a question that was asked by Galileo, then by his associates in the 17th century, which is as yet unanswered. How are you and I able to do what we are now doing? How, as Galileo put it, how is it possible with a finite number of symbols to produce an infinite number of thoughts and even use these symbols to allow others who have no access to our minds to access to their inner workings of our minds? How is this miracle possible? It was raised by Galileo, a major concern for Descartes. Other leading figures in the 17th century began working on it. We now understand some aspects, but the major questions are not only unanswered, but we don't even know how to approach an answer. So that's one of many leading problems.
And what has been when you look back at your life, what has been the greatest moment of your life?
I can't say. A lot of great moments.
If I had the power to let you relive one moment in your life, what would you go for?
Some moments are almost miraculous, like the birth of my first child, say. Many other things like it. But I don't see much point talking about my personal life and situation. There are more important things in the world.
Do you feel the world is a better place than when you were born, or a worse place?
Well, I was born in 1928, right before the Great Depression, which of course was far more severe than anything we've suffered recently. Fashion, as I was growing up as a young child, fascism was spreading through Europe, looked unstoppable. Actually, the first article I remember writing for a school newspaper began with the fall of Austria, Czechoslovakia. Barcelona was right after the fall of Barcelona with Franco, when it seemed as if the fascist plague was unstoppable. Those were very dark moments. Another extremely dark moment was August 6th. I was then 16 years old enough to understand. It was clear that humans were moving towards the capacity to destroy everything that came a few years later. As the world changed for the better in many ways. Take the United States, country I know best. Go back to the 1960s. The 1960s, the United States had anti-miscegenation laws that were so extreme that the Nazis refused to accept them. In the 1960s, the United States did have federally subsidized housing, but it was segregated, not for blacks. That meant a black man could maybe get a job in an auto plant during the boom period of the 50s, but he couldn't use it to acquire wealth. Wealth in the United States mainly means property, enormous legacy of hundreds of years of slavery and horrors. Women's rights were not accepted. In fact, in the 1960s, in principle, the United States still accepted British common law, which the founding fathers had explicitly accepted. And according to that law, blacks don't women were not persons. They were property. The property of the father handed over to the husband. Well, that was eroded over the years, but it literally wasn't until 1975 that the Supreme Court formally determined that women are persons. They're peers. They have a right to appear in federal trial. Well, all of these things have changed. Those are all steps forward. It's now called wokeness, but it's steps forward towards a more caring, egalitarian, just society. Sometimes goes overboard, but on the whole, it's been a very positive development.
When you, again, look at your life in its totality, what do you think your greatest achievement has been?
That's for other people to determine. You want to know what I think? It'll be something you never heard of.
Try me.
For 25 years, I was spending a great deal of effort in the United States, in Britain, to try to stop the worst atrocity of the post-war period, the U.S.-British-backed Indonesian invasion of East Timor, which wiped out about a third of the population. It could have been stopped instantly at any point. It was necessary to try to engage large masses of the population to compel, finally, 1999 did compel Bill Clinton to call it off. Something was saved. It seemed impossible. How could a small island of a couple 100,000 people resist an invasion by a major country supported by the greatest military powers in the world? But it finally succeeded.
And your support for that is, in your estimation, your greatest achievement?
In the area of social and political policy, one. There are others. I was very active from the early 1960s when John F. Kennedy radically escalated the war in Vietnam. From that point, I devoted enormous effort to opposition, to direct resistance, faced imprisonment, finally enough opposition to develop to prevent Richard Nixon from moving on to nuclear weapons as seemed likely. So that's an achievement.
Who has been for you the best American president of your lifetime, and who's been the worst?
In my lifetime, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
And the worst?
Too much competition, I'm afraid.
I know you're not a massive fan of Donald Trump. How do you feel about him running again?
No. If he runs again, it'll be a disaster for the world, for many reasons. For one thing, Trump, as you saw during his first time, is dedicated. Actually, he has two commitments. One commitment is to himself. He's a paranoid, he's a megalomaniac, psychopath. All that concerns him is me. The other commitment is to serve corporate power and great wealth abjectly. His one legislative achievement was a huge tax gift to the ultra-wealth, ultra-rich, and the corporate sector, nothing else. But he is a major climate denialist. He denies that global warming is taking place. He wants to maximize the use of fossil fuels, including the most dangerous of them, and to eliminate regulations which might mitigate the catastrophe. That's a death sentence for the human species. Domestically, he's made it very clear that he wants to institute what we would properly call a proto-fascist state, eliminate the civil service. Since the mid-19th century, like every other democratic society, the United States has had a non-partisan civil service, which does most of the administration, which keeps the society running. Britain has the same. Others have the same. Trump has made it explicit that he wants to eliminate it, replace it by loyalists who but in power. That undercuts what remains a functioning democracy. We can go on. It would be a colossal disaster.
Welcome back to Piers Morgan Uncensored and Still Sinning. You probably recognise this disco anthem. Yeah, thank you very much indeed for joining Piers Morgan Uncensored. My first question for you, I guess, is an obvious one. What do you hope to achieve from our conversation?
That right there, being uncensored. In
We should go back.
American media, it's very censored. It feels like an episode of Black Mirror a lot of times. So I've put myself across the line, the point of no return, saying, hey, I know they're going to say whatever they want about me. When I bring up the truth, they're going to say, you didn't get enough sleep. It's because of your health. They're going to call me names for my truth, but these experiences that I'm telling you about are factually things that I've went through and things that I refuse to keep going through and things that I'm not going to let my children go through and things that I'm not going to let my peers go through. No pun intended.
Well, look, we are most certainly uncensored on this show, yeah. I want to give you the time and the platform to really explain yourself, because I think that sometimes sound bites about people, perhaps taken out of context, sometimes created very distorted. What a person really thinks. What do you think, looking back over the last few weeks in particular, what do you think have been the biggest misconceptions about you?
Well, I think there's a left agenda to silence anyone that goes against the agenda. Let's go back to Trump running for office back in 2015. Everyone that was around me in my industry, in the entertainment industry, told me that my life would be over. I would be on the wrong side of history. I've even had threats to my life for wearing the Trump hat. And it even ended up in, destroying my family and
Cole
also
is worried about Martha.
making it where I have to raise my children just making sure that I am a person that's classified as black,
you know, I classify myself too, but a person that's classified that has been given that title in America as black, in America that I'm supposed to stay in a block of a vote, but a person that's classified as black, you know, I classify myself, but America that I'm supposed to stay in a block of a vote. You never heard the term white vote, so why is there a term black vote? How is that okay? It sounds just as racist as a black drinking fountain. And my dad, you know, called me and said, you know, the thing that the left hear about gay or makes me the most dangerous is I'm rich. And that's the point. Tupac told me back in the day, you know, you have to get your money right and then you go to war. So I'm going to war. You know, I don't have endless resources. I only have like maybe, you know, honestly only maybe $120 million in my account. But what I'm not going to let happen is I'm not going to let
best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
Take over someday and have a boardroom telling them what to do and talking behind their back. I'm not going to let that happen.
No one survived then.
So I have to fight right now.
I'm sorry.
And the other powerful icons in black
Before he
music,
passed,
when they were at the top of
one
the
of them
game,
bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
they were too afraid of losing.
Doesn't mean I
had.
won't.
So by the
Doesn't
time
mean
they
their
wanted
blood's
to
not
make
on
a
my
difference, by
hands.
the time Bill Cosby
Cole
wanted
said
to
you
fight,
cast their remains.
this happened
That was good of you.
ago.
But
At
it
that
should have
time,
been me.
to be able to
This was
stand
all
up
my
when
fault.
they wanted to literally throw him in jail. You know, when they actually did throw him in jail.
You couldn't have known.
People
But
have
I
to
did.
understand just
And I
the
turned a deaf
bravery.
ear to the warnings
so
like
many
the
people
fool I am.
Everywhere. I
The
know everyone
rumours
can relate
started
to
moons ago
being afraid
of
to say
black-clad
what you're
devils
gonna feel
descending on
because you feel
villages
like
in the
you're
dead of
gonna,
night to slit the
you
throats of
know,
sleeping
you're gonna
bears.
lose something. So
I
whether you
assumed it was
agree
all
with me
just
or
nonsense concocted by the
not, I
Empire.
believe people are going
Nothing but a
to
ghost story meant to
feel
make
the
folk
fact
think
that
twice about
someone is
lending a
brave
hand
enough
to a
say
fugitive
something.
bearer.
Every day I
And in
see
ordinary
five
times
things
you
that
would have been
people
right.
historically killed for.
What these black shields are doing
And
is unthinkable.
you know, I want to prove,
Which
first of
begs the
all,
question,
I am Jew
why do
also.
it all?
The 12 lost
My
tribes
mother obviously has a hand in this.
math.
I cannot make sense of her actions.
We have got our culture
And
ripped
picking
from
what
us
goes
and
on
then
in that
told we were
woman's
just
head is a
simply
job for
boys
someone
of
with more
color,
time on
which
their
is
hands.
another definition for
Right
black.
now, I need
But if we
swords
knew
and
we were a
men to
culture
wield them,
and knew we were a
preferably
people
big
the way
ones.
the Jewish people
If
know,
those
then
Imperials think
we
they can
wouldn't
come in here
abort
again and
ourselves.
threaten my
We
people,
wouldn't
they're in
each
for
other
a
dead in
rude
the
awakening.
streets and then rap about it.
Oh,
We wouldn't
before I forget, a
brag
stolus from
about,
Otto landed just before you
having
arrived.
sex with each other's
He asked me
wives.
to tell you
We
that
would keep
Gav
our
has
families
returned.
together and we would
Then we must as well.
the most dangerous person
Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish. No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
I mean, I keep going, but I want to make You have a number of extraordinary talents. You're a fascinating. What is interesting to me is what the furore which has erupted the last few weeks over a series of statements you made, which has caused, as you know, a lot of offence. And I guess before I get into them, I'm just curious as to whether you think there is a line. I think there is a war against freedom.
We're not to move.
Right. Terrified of expressing honest.
You handy with that sword of yours? Of course you are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? Because a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos?
You heard me right. Wild birds? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
Chocobos. Fighting bandits.
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now they're back, looking to settle the score. Well, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
And they allow what content is accepted and what
All right.
we have our
There's a good lad.
You know,
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. Rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save White Heart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. I give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
Nikolai Tesla, Da Vinci, more than Picasso, more African business. So I didn't do that. I still had that.
White Heart. That's quite a name for a chocobo.
Why do you say mystique? What is it about mystique? I feel like Drake is more Picasso.
A white feather.
When we talked about...
I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind.
Last year, for prison
Speaking of brave birds.
Bring awareness to...
Looks like they went that way.
Incarceration of Larry Hoover. I sent him articles about the relationship of and Picasso and the need for to have that. You know, I used to go into the bar and go to Starbucks.
These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
Right? And you see this great song playing back to back. And Drake is going to that same Starbucks in a different city and people with. And it puts us both back into the studio.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
This one. Over here. Go for it. This one. Get him. Over here. Get him. This one.
I believe that I suffered from suffered from exhaustion. I suffered from body people around me. And I believe those things can drive anyone to a place of maximum exhaustion. But I also believe that I'm extremely brilliant and I'm here to make the world a better place. And I'm tired of
You're safe now.
trying to pick on me.
White Hart, I presume.
Y'all finally touched a person that's not going to stand, that's not going to take it.
Do you know her, boy?
And that's part of the reason why I'm on uncensored. Because with a life, it's for
That scar. It couldn't be.
right? Works on itself. I can go into this story
Ambrosia.
that I'm about to do. Like 5 more things.
Oh.
With cancer culture,
It is you. You survived.
my stepbrother Marilyn was cancer himself. Wasn't so many comment on my wife.
And you found yourself a flock.
Oi! Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully, they did. And not only that.
That I would even bring it up and question the approach. They have multiple documentaries on JFK.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are. Bird like her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Well,
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon. Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are. Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
Ah, a few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old White Hart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry, we'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, White Hart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my cart on the road, didn't you? No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bearer.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh? Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind. Anyhow, best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
And I am questioning it. Okay. And I have a right to question it. You can't tell me with your accent that me as an American, Jew, black person, that I cannot question that death and question the meaning that that was put on camera. I'm not saying you're traumatized. I'm not saying la 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 la. Let me finish. I'm not finished talking. So you can't. I can't distract my thoughts and try to
Let's go. No need to ride from here.
Try not to move. You'll only make it worse.
My heart goes out to anyway. My heart goes out to saying that. I have a theory about it. Now, this is not a fact. This is a feeling.
Where's Gav?
Ah, Clive! Oh, I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
While the two nations beat their shields, the rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the Mother Crystals. 4 Mother Crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rosfield.
Lord Byron Rosfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rosfield. And you're a Rosfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune, along with a handsome fleet of ships.
I think you can take it to a place where you want to believe something which may not be true. I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying all the evidence is like, well, I'll give you an honest answer. My honest answer is, I think, that was a political selection. No, my honest belief is that...
What do you guys do? I mean, people in the newsroom, what are they doing? They're like crazy right now. They're like, whoa.
No. I'm for it. No,
we never experienced
I'm not crazy.
A black entertainer that won't be threatened by the media to back down from his opinion.
Yeah, I think you mistake me. You mistake me for somebody who's going to be like the others. I have so-called uncensored for a reason. I'm giving you a platform for a reason.
But you're pressing an agenda.
No, I'm not. You're perfectly entitled to your opinion.
You're lying now.
Do you accept you may not always be right?
I just call you a liar. How does that make sense?
It's fine if you think I'm a liar. It's fine.
No, you're a liar. You're pressing the agenda of the pain and trauma economy that is pressed on my people by the left.
And trauma, I think, that was implemented to avoid a vile white race police officer. That I agree with foreign fight. I don't agree with white foreign defense. So that's my belief. If you want to challenge that and you don't believe it, that's entirely right.
I have a question. Who do you think are the biggest foul white racists?
This media is racist.
What? Please, next question. Please don't ask this hard question.
Okay, let me go to the next story that's been around in the last couple of weeks, which is your...
Is that British for... Is that British for... Let's see it, Ori, bro. Is that British for...
Let me ask you, Jeff, about the allegation this thing, which is on Instagram. I'm a bit sleepy. When I wake up, I'm going deaf on free on Jewish. Now, many people who are Jewish found that deeply offensive. They want to know what did you mean by going deaf on free on Jewish people? Because deaf on free is a heightened state of awareness for free. So, what did you mean by that? What was give us a chance to clarify what you meant by deaf on free?
Well, thank you for allowing me to say what I meant due to the fact that I was wrong by people. Well, after I said that, so I was actually allowed to say what I was about to say. But what I was going to say is, I was going to talk about all of the contracts, all of the feelings that I dealt with as an entertainer. Things that I'm an entertainer, I man, car, and car with drugs or guns, if he doesn't black out the car with, guess what? They're all going. The reason why I say this, I want to know why father, mother, grandmother, why? You know, I talked to, right, and look at a picture of her at age 14. This person is beautiful, like one of the most beautiful people that God has ever created, right? And if any man did her wrong at a young age, she would get to the point where he heard that terminology, right? So I'm at a point where I'm frustrated. I have the right to my anger, and I'm not going to fix what I feel until when I'm.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for? Eh? Huh?
When I wake up, I'm going to check black. What would you think? No, if I said black people, what would you think? Because that was what I posted. What would you think? They're black people. No, I'll come to that in a moment. So if I simply said, in other words, all black with duplication of what I say, I would think right I would get right into the fire.
What are we waiting for, indeed?
Think it's all right to touch him?
Specific references to any individual. When a black artist looks up by multiple accounts, one of them doing something.
Won't be long now, Martel. Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
Oh, thank you. She always had a soft spot for that lot, see? And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martel apples, they're called, in honour of her memory. You hear that, Martel? Today's finally the day.
It's not the come through the forge today? It smells like a still. And you say Sid built this place?
Well, one can't really build what's been lying around for several thousand years.
Perhaps they're old enough for the census.
What's the matter? The hunt board? It's where the curse breakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know? Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Alastia are going through a lot already. What with the Blight and the war, the last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the curse breakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
I'll be the first person that does that in history, right? So look, no one else in this car riding with the guy with the gun and the drug is going to kill. I'll play by rules that are not played by for my audience. I don't want you playing by any. So I don't want you playing by any. That makes me happy, right? I don't want you to think that's a colonized dude. That's a rule. That's a colonized. I want to make sure that I'm here. What I'm saying, when you first, like I'm going to get off with. You hear what I just said, though? Yes, I mean, we're past that. We're past that. No, I don't. We're no politics. You hear what I just said?
I don't think...
Right? I'm basically saying what you just said, not what you said. No. You have a problem with what happened? What we're doing? Not even just know it. What is the point?
So Mather's all right.
And how may I assist you today?
What is it that you wish to learn? One must understand one's place in the world.
Of course.
Okay, even though the same rules would not apply to my people, if a person with a gun or drugs is pulled over and has three other people in the car, they're all going to jail. I'm not going to apply that for the sake of the conversation. Isn't that what you wanted? But you know what you did? You tried to civil rights. You tried to pull back 2 weeks ago. But we're here today. There's been plenty of conversations and commentary since that. But you won't even go back to 1970. You want to go back to 1980. All right, let me jump in. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to okay, so have we grown? Have we grown? Here's how we grown. It's how we grown. I want you to grow. Have we grown? I'm about to grow. You're not in charge of my growth. You're not in charge of my growth. Here's how we grow. How do you grow? Grow what? Why? You can ignore it. Here. Here. How much money are you worth? Not as much as you, Dad. Exactly. So take my advice. Make you get rich. I would love to take your business. Why would I listen to you? Why do you hear what my advice is and then work out if I'm wrong? Can we do that, then? You haven't given me any credit for a moment of reflection for the comparison that I made, the brilliant, if I should say, comparison that I made to the top pulling over one black person and locking everyone up and my having issues. I wasn't there with the system. My tweet referring to all Jewish people, I said, for the sake of the conversation, I will refer to the business people who have destroyed me and my people and my fellow creatives. But you didn't even accept that I gave you that. You tried to push me back into 1960. No, you tried to push me back into last week. No, I didn't. Okay, I didn't accept that example that I gave you. I understand completely the example you gave me. I think all racism is wrong. I feel that was wrong. I would like you to reflect. I feel it's wrong. If you now change what you want to say originally, my question to you is, you now regret saying I update every day on Jewish people. Are you sorry you said that? No. Does it matter? Absolutely. It should be. Absolutely. Every day you should be. that's the top power position where you get all the rocks from. And that's the thing. I have friends, right, that will like, you know, I think that's the reason why I'm going to be a good leader someday, because I'm really empathetic. But I call black people out on their stuff. I call white people out on their stuff, because we're all people. We're actually only one species. And in order to, whether it's my friends texting me like, bro, you got to get in the gym, look at Chubby in the photo, you know, it's like we have to hold each other accountable to what's actually happening. And it's so much is based on you did that tweet wrong. So what I will say is, I feel that my words demand more sensitivity for the frequency that I'm operating at, and and the amount of people that I'm communicating to. And I take that responsibility right now. But I will also say everything happens for a reason. Because if it had been perfectly worded in English, and there's nothing whiter than English itself, right? I'm already not speaking in my mother tongue, right? So if I perfectly worded it in the most sensitive way that we can hear right now, that will open up the conversation. Like I'm not allowed to say whether or not I'm running for office in 2024, but I tell you what, if the left, let's say the left would have never supported me anyway. And now I've got to call to attention, I am who should support me. The left did not allow Trump to be president. They treated him like he wasn't even the president. So even if he won, he was losing half of the American people every day, and it divided the country. What I'm saying, whoever goes into office for British media, for American media, we must support our leaders and not just run this hyper negative. You know what I will, and black people hate when I apologize for this. When I see people like John Legend and Chrissy Teigen talk down on the president, I'm like, wow, that kind of sounds like me. That kind of sounds like the telecom. I've opened up this level of disrespect towards our leaders. And people were happy, and the left saw that and said, well, let's just have every celebrity do what they did in the telecom. So I take responsibility for that moment. And you know what? I just want to give every Jewish person a big hug. Also, I'm envious of the Jewish people. I'm envious of how they don't abort their children. I'm envious of how they don't shoot each other in the streets and then rap about it. I'm envious of how their families stay together. I'm envious that they turn their phones off on Friday night and the family comes together. I'm envious of how they do business together. And I want that for the darker Jews. I want that for the black people. I want that to be that. God said we should remove the word want, right? Okay. We're going to have that. Okay. And this is the beginning of it.
But it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that you are acknowledging, and you just acknowledged that it was wrong to say what you said about President Bush, that he didn't care about black people, that may have encouraged all this disrespect towards President Sith. I think you mentioned the word may. It does seem to me, talking to you, that even if it's hard for you to admit this, you do regret the wording of that tweet which caused all the problems. You wouldn't phrase it that way again. Am I right?
I would tell my dad that. My dad loved the White Lives Matter t-shirt, because what audacity does a black man have to wear the exact same t-shirt that a white man could wear? You know, and my dad was a Black Panther. I mean, we have a water purification center. You know, he's like the original Steve Jobs, the educated version of me, right? And he liked both of those things, but he said, you know, gay, he even calls me gay now. He's like, gay, you got to be more sophisticated with your wording. And that wording, like I said, I'm a bit sleepy. And in fact, the sophistication needed to be the true conductor that I am. Because it's the conductor's job to bring people together. And that was divisive, which is not who I want to be.
Right. So,
you know, so I'll tell you that. I'm not looking. And also, let me put out right now.
So tell us that you agree with it.
I don't. I want to talk. Okay, let me say this. I'm just thinking right now what's on my heart is the idea for people who do actually have severe mental health issues. You know, the word retarded, or you know, parents that have children who actually are mentally ill, and that word is really offensive to those people.
So what
Well, it's a couple reasons. Because people call me retarded, they treat me like I'm retarded. And so I embrace it. It's like, you call somebody so much, they say, you call somebody a bitch so much, they say, I'm a bitch. You call somebody retarded so much, they say, I'm retarded. Like, I was exhausted, and I embraced the idea of having a serious mental health issue. But Noah, Noah also, but Moses was basically on speed when he was doing what he did.
Let me ask you,
I'm here to talk about how much they like it.
You're the one that's raised this issue.
And I probably have the same.
Right. My question is that
I probably have the same, but
particularly because you've been talking about you don't believe you have a mental illness, you think you lack sleep. So I think it's an obvious question to ask, well, how much sleep do you get? Are you constantly sleep deprived? Is that one of the reasons, perhaps sometimes, as you say, you feel sleepy and you shoot from the hip verbally and you say stuff that maybe when you're rested, you wouldn't say it the same way. Would that be fair?
Tell me what's... Okay, no, it's not fair. Because what's more important, the pain and the truth of what I'm talking about and what led me to that tweet, or the tweet itself?
I think both can be true. Because the problem you have is, I think you've acknowledged.
One tweet.
I think you've acknowledged that the wording of the tweet was offensive. Yes, I understand, but you know the damage it caused, and I
understand that was offensive.
And I think that you have accepted
the damage it caused. You as a white person are so on the idea that what I said was offensive, which is a very
The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
You have not unpacked what happened with those contracts. I've said that, but you didn't ask me another question about it. That means there's an agenda.
Absolutely not. I have repeatedly said to you that I'm sure I do not disbelieve that you've had contract business issues with various managers, accountants, and so on. My argument is that when you
just do it, or other me's.
I'm sure many other artists in the music business. Yeah, of course.
You know why you're sure? Because you don't care to do the research because it doesn't affect you.
No, it's because you said.
Have you done any research?
No. Yeah, let me explain to you. I'm not doubting what you're saying.
You don't care.
I do care.
You don't care about me. You don't care about my people. I care about me. I care about my people. So it's for me to stand up. And God forbid I step on someone's toes while I'm at it.
It's not someone's toes. You stepped on the entire Jewish people's toes with a very deeply inflammatory tweet, which I think you've now accepted. You shouldn't have phrased that way. It's taken a bit of time to get there, but I think you have accepted it.
Have you accepted that you put no effort into understanding how I got there?
I don't think, honestly,
10 years from now,
honestly, I don't think there is any...
You're going to apologize to me about this interview.
I'm not.
You're going to apologize to me about this interview within the next 10 years.
No, I'm not, because here's the thing.
Mark my words.
I don't doubt you've had...
It's very one-sided.
No, it's not.
It's very white-sided.
Oh, come on,
It's very one-sided.
No.
It's very like...
It's not white-sided. I'm not doubting you've had business issues. I'm saying that the way to respond to that is not to go public to millions of people and say you're going DEFCON 3 on Jewish.
Millions of people have had DEFCON 3 on their contracts.
Right. You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
And said millions of people. I didn't, but now I'm saying it now.
Okay. So now what I think you should say, I think you should say to the Jewish people, I'm sorry for the offensive language I used in that tweet. I wouldn't do that again. This is what I really meant. I think people would respect you if you said that. I don't know why you can't just say that.
You know when I'll say this? When I sit down with the people who write out the contracts for the NBA and for the NFL and for professional music and for acting contracts. We need to go to the top lawyers, the top execs, the owners of the stadiums, the owners of the football teams, and the owners of the record labels. And we're going to put them all in one room. And we're going to read let's go top 10 in each one of these categories, right? Let's read Michael B. Jordan's contract.
Why would any any of that? Why would any of that?
Bro, bro, I ain't finished. I ain't finished my sentence.
Nothing you're saying has anything to do with regret.
Hey, boy, don't finish. I told you. Oh, don't treat me like a boy then. I'm going to finish my sentence and my idea.
Nothing you're saying has got anything to do with the tweet.
Cool. Bro, I was in the middle of a sentence, boy. Okay, so are you going to allow me to finish my sentence?
Yes. If you then answer my question.
Okay, so I'm going to tell people when I would apologize for the tweet. This is what has to happen first. I need all of the top executives in Hollywood. I need the top executives at the NBA and at the NFL. We'll do those two sports specifically. And I want the top executive in music, dealing with publishing, dealing with like Spotify and Apple Music and Universal top executives. And I want to look at the top 10 earners in each one of those fields' contracts openly. We want to compare and contrast the contracts. And then once we open that conversation, and we need to do it on a platform live with lawyers asking questions, and we'll have the top lawyers like a Johnny Cochran, Robert Kardashian level legal team, looking at all of these contracts together. After that moment happens, then I will say, I'm sorry.
Okay, if that's your position.
Interview adjourned. Love you.
Okay, that's the end of the interview. I mean, I just get the feeling from you that you're obviously a complex character, brilliant in many ways, fascinating, like I say, compelling. You have a huge appeal to millions of people around the world. It just seems to me that occasionally your mouth gets you into trouble, and perhaps on reflection, sometimes you look back and wish you hadn't said things. Is that accurate?
No, not really. Because the things I say are on behalf of God. Like, it's not always godly because I'm a man, but God is definitely using me. You're Catholic faith?
I am,
What's
yes.
your background?
I am Catholic, yeah.
Well, we're working for God here, and it's just like with black people now with entertainment, we're coming into wealth, but all the other, black people with anywhere near my amount of wealth would never cross the lines of, taboos inside of the media that I would. That actually in rap, all these words, we need to say these, so it's all these like words that are being removed from our vocabulary, words that evoke emotion. Don't you feel like the salt is being taken out of our food? Look at Dune. The people who control the salt controlled all the money. And people are trying to control the salt. And it's salt in our language. That's why I will not apologize for having a bit of salt in my words. I will say, hey, this can be improved on, but it's like, hey, I'm going to update. You're looking at the God's iPhone 100. We are God's iPhone, right? If you think about it, we're his favorite creation. We were made in his image. And we need updates. And society, capitalism, media, and thought police have been stopping us from our updates. We have to have a thought, and then we have to actualize it. I like the word actualize better than execute. Execute's a negative word. We discussed this. We have to actualize. There's so many, think about, for a homosexual kid, age 12 in school, not wanting to say out loud how he felt, or feeling like if he said how he felt, he would get bullied. Or what if he said how he felt, and then somebody said, you said the way you felt, and what your experience was in the wrong way. Now you need to apologize. We're fine that you felt that way, but you need to apologize for the way you said it. But just having the courage to do it in the first place would be, you know, that's the thing that needs to be given credit. Like, yeah, you know what? We'll say in these past 2 weeks, I made a big splash. Because the first time you dive in the deep end, you're not going to look like an Olympic swimmer. But we're going to have to learn how to swim. Dive in the deep end.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Let me ask you about your family. Yeah, lots of speculation, of course, constantly.
If you understand what I'm saying, could you translate what I'm saying?
Yes.
I want you to translate what I said.
I don't want...
And then let's move on to the next question.
Okay. Let me attempt to translate.
What did I mean by that?
I think what she meant was... the first, vegan activists are not giving up their quest to make us all eat bland, plant-based gruel. They've tipped milk all over the floor of Fortnum and Mason and Selfridges in London. They've hurled white paint at the gates of the House of Parliament. Now they've targeted the high-end... which is many good ones to do with these protests.
Straight away, I was going with that, with looking at the row, column already. So the thing is, within years, technology like precision fermentation, old proteins, the exact same products that we love right now, using a fraction of the land, producing a fraction of the calories. I like it to be. It's the exact same product that I like it to be. Fine, you know, we've eaten the exact same product. In fact, whatever you guys do is going to be the world. That's how it's really fun. That's fine. Actually, it's true. All stuff we do, like, sorry, I didn't get it. It's true.
Let's take an example. Gillette, their shaving company, used to advertise like this. Oh, I made you proud to be a man, and that was the problem, unfortunately. Can't be proud to be a man anymore. Can't be proud to be masculine. No, no. Nothing laudable about a man who works hard, makes money, has a beautiful wife, raises great kids, and wins. No, 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 no. Gillette thought there was a massive problem. So they launched, in the light of Me Too, the man-shaming attack ad instead. Take a look at this.
Bullying. The Me Too movement against sexual harassment. Masculinity. Is this the best man can get? Is it? You can't hide. It's been going on far too long.
I remember that ad coming out. I've been a long time Gillette customer. These cheeks, those nights, get the old Gillette treatment. It makes me feel man, masculine, proud to be a man. And suddenly I had to feel ashamed. I had to feel like I was a monster and I could prove otherwise. Why would Gillette do that? Why would it make their millions of male customers be ashamed to be a man? Well, the reaction, as I predicted in the column the next day, was a disaster. I think it cost them $9 billion over the next 6 months, before eventually they just did a reverse merit and went straight back to the old style advertising. Because men actually wanted to feel good about being a man, and that is still allowed. Just as Budweiser clearly panicked by the backlash to their use of Dylan Mulvaney, suddenly released a patriotic ad with wild horses, flags, landmarks, and a lot of burly men. Well, they played with the virtue signifier and their fingers routinely burned. The message to the advertisers is clear. Just shut up, sell us hit. Well, joining me now is legal journalist Tim Santina, host of Leia Harper. Welcome to both of you. Leia, let me start with you. I can almost predict the way these things are going to go from the moment I see these ads. The moment that advertising companies who are starved a lot of money decide to go what? There is the end up, here you go from.
That's exactly correct. And I just want to back up to the next thing. This is the first year that I'm seeing that Gillette the reality is that Gillette is a man. And because you mentioned with Gillette, yes, it needs to go global. Yes, it needs to go global. $1 billion in that top line. So we have to say that it's not an appetite for it. He's making money with customers. It really surprises me. I don't think there is such an appetite for it.
It's just embarrassing the way that they have to flip so quickly and create this patriotic advert. To me, it shows they're disingenuous, and it's also really important to remember that they don't care. They don't really care about the social justice issues. They're just doing it to make money. They're still capitalists at the end of the day, just like all the other companies that do it. They really don't.
Yeah, I mean, this reminded me a little bit of the England football team with the World Cup in Qatar saying, we're all going to wear armbands, so we're all right, right? And then the moment they got told they were going to get booked, off came the armband. Maybe things that really care about gay rights, they care about singing their version of gay rights. Right, for example, you might play with the harder and might actually cause them a little bit of a problem on the pitch. So it wasn't to be a principle. And I find with this, I didn't really care about the right line. It seemed to be clearly backed by exactly how I predicted. And I see why I think it's more problematic. Because you know, how do you feel about someone who last year was a gay man at 23, suddenly, without any surgery, starts doing TikTok videos saying, I'm now into womanhood and I'm a girl, on a journey to being a girl, and then does a Nike
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here,
not having any breasts.
courtesy of Martel.
Importantly, mocks the way women do sport if you look at it as a misogynist.
That's ridiculous.
Stop.
That is ridiculous. It's not mocking the way that we do sport. And also, can I just say that was really rude from your other guest? I don't know what her name is, but Dylan, she's a she. I I don't understand why you need to open up your commentary with that. You're obviously people.
Martel.
She would like to identify
Where have I heard that
Yeah.
name before?
Until last year,
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
then she was a
Of course she was. An odd sort, that one. Plants, mean people.
Aye, brave as a bane, like. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
The anti-trans movement in America is very different to what it is in Britain. In Britain, feminists claim that it's because they're worried about men invading their spaces, fine, whatever. In America, it's a conservative movement. And it's because they don't believe that
sweet as you like.
trans women all out of this
A gift from the backyard.
Because I we're going to interview Riley Gaines later, is the swimmer at the centre of this big Leah Thomas, is the transgender swimmer, crushing all the women in swimming pools in America. And it's a very liberal crowd.
Blimey, he's taken back.
In Los Angeles.
I haven't seen a hideaway apples.
Saying anything remotely contentious.
Old Sid
When I vigorously defended
was the only one who could stomach the things.
a very aggressive female Democrat politician.
He'd nab them right from the branch, made Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you?
But that's a tiny little, like...
These aren't Martels, are they?
You're deluded if you think it's only right with people.
I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not with dead ones. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste.
In the same way that women
Tom,
had double respect.
tell them that down in the backyard to run some over,
They wear a
will ya?
bra as well. It doesn't bother me what's in people's pants.
Not so much as a thank you.
No, I'm not preoccupied with that. I'm really...
Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
I think that's extrapolating the argument.
I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
Is she a woman? In my opinion,
So you don't care? You think it's totally fair?
fine. It was approved by the
I
court.
hear there's trouble in those areas.
She's a biological male.
Yeah, but that's like saying, like...
You have an actual physiological advantage, which means you
So
crushes
does
the women.
Usain Bolt.
Huh?
So does Usain Bolt.
He's a man who
Yeah, but
competes
he's
against
superhuman, man.
He competes against his own biological sex.
No, but that's a ridiculous parameter to have. If you are built differently, should you be within certain restrictions or measures?
There are many sprinters built exactly like Usain Bolt. That's ridiculous. Let's go back to Leia here. Leia, we see again and again these companies do this. You say they don't care. I'm not sure it's that. I think it's what they care about.
I think it's all right.
Because a lot of them are too scared not to.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And just to your guess, just because what I said is true doesn't mean it's not reality. It's just rubbish. This is just the reality of it. Dylan is a man. He has XY chromosomes. I don't know why we're going down this crazy, weird, Powerpuff Girl kind of reality. Why are you so obsessed with genitalia that she doesn't have? It's very concerning because if this biological man is able to identify a woman who has feelings without having any surgery or anything like that, then where do we draw the line? It basically means that a biological man can then identify the little girl, then start having playdates with 6-year-old girls.
I'll tell you what, let me ask, let me ask every question.
That way. It's just
hang on, Leia.
It's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, let me ask every. You mentioned Usain Bolt.
The curse breakers sent their thanks and their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her. Had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
But did she want to be on Bud Light, or did Bud Light make the ridiculous, proposition to put her on the can? Whose fault is it, and who's getting the blame, and who's getting attacked? It's this poor woman in the States. Why?
No, people, I don't feel sorry for Dylan Mulvaney. She's last week went back. She whatever you call it. The reality is, people are suffering, I think, are the unknown trans people, who I think are being exposed to constant mockery through these kind of things. By the likes of Leah Thomas crushing women in the pool, like Dylan Mulvaney making a mockery of the way women wear sports bras and do gym rights and so on. All of that is unhelpful to regular trans people just trying to get by, wanting to have a good effect. The moment you try and get a new unfairness, inequality, for any group of people with respect to another group, you're losing.
I don't agree.
I know you do, and you're wrong. Ava, thank you very much. Leia, thank you very much. Well, good evening, London. Welcome to Piers Morgan Uncensored. Have you ever heard of Mr. Beast? What about PewDiePie? How about Keemstar, Logan Paul, Jake Paul? The answer might well be no. You haven't heard of them. If you've got kids, you'll definitely have heard of them. And they most certainly have. There's a tiny handful of the legions of digital personalities whose videos are viewed by literally millions of young people across the world. Their endorsements are worth millions in sales. Their opinions can instantly reshape conversations in schools, universities, and across social media. They're more influence than most musicians, soap stars, pop stars, columnists, or makers. But unlike those power brokers of the past, the politicians, the cultural stars who set the social agenda, these people seem to exist in a parallel universe. Their views go largely unchallenged, shared only as bite-sized clips. Their digital businesses
Damn blighty bilge.
Normal journalists, regulate
everything all right?
Over young people.
Aside from the holes in my hull, everything's roses.
It makes no more
The
sense.
lake water doesn't agree with it then.
That's one way of putting it. And unless you've got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium, that slurry will keep eating away at the timber like young Tet does our lemon tarts. Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rock for a moon or so, assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Got me bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
Is to rate against women who were viewed literally millions of times. Well, the first time around, I want to find out if he deserved to be banned, if he ever survived shocking opinions to genuine hate speech.
Of course I will. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. And in case you haven't noticed, live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest. That's for certain.
If that's what you believe, it's fine with me. I don't believe in things that take power away.
There is not an eminent doctor in the world who can put it in there. I think you know more than doctors.
I can't become them.
Why do you know?
Because I don't believe them.
It's a lively stuff. I also wasn't sure if I should be interviewing him at all. You were so unpleasant, as so many people said. Quite extent his profile is even a platform. The fact is that ship had already sailed and continued the country. Those amputee. It's just not the parents who don't, as they Twitter, its new owner Elon Musk, is determined to protect free speech online. Many young people, especially boys, have literally stopped me in the street since that first interview to ask me about Andrew Tate. I've been staggered, honestly, by the responses I've had. What does it say about society that people like Andrew Tate have so many more people than conventional stars or journalists even? Who gets to decide where the line is? Whether people like Andrew Tate cross it? Are they part of a poorly understood movement that panders to teenage rebellion like punk rock or pornography? Or are we exposing young people to new damaging experiences we often don't see and don't understand? It's a whole new world. There are more questions about it than answers. We're not going to answer them, not pretending it doesn't exist. Well, Andrew Tate joins me again. Now, Andrew, good to see you.
Salam alaikum, Piers.
Good to see you. I've genuinely been.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes, and
A lot of people coming up about the German algorithm, and also a lot of people coming up about you. And they were almost exclusively men, young men, who genuinely see you as a role model, as somebody who inspires them, as somebody they want to be. So it made me think, the first view you have is quite combative, the second time, the short view less so. I want to try and work out in this one who you are, because it struck me as extraordinary that Google this week revealed some stats for the year. The number one person whose name followed people Google searching who is in 2022 was Andrew Tate.
Yeah, that's quite remarkable. I think there's a whole swath of the population, especially young men, that feel disenfranchised. They feel disenfranchised with the media machine and the things they're supposed to believe. They don't feel an affinity with the educational systems or the culture. And they look at a person like me who stands up and says the things that many young men think. I haven't put a magic spell on the world. The fact that people like what I say means that they agree with me deep inside. They may be afraid to say it themselves, but I am seen as a bastion of free speech and a bastion for masculinity as a whole, because a lot of men are largely forgotten.
Do you think you're a force for good, or are you a force in evolution, where perhaps you've done and said stuff you shouldn't have done, and as you get older, perhaps as you get bigger, more followed around the world, you sense a responsibility perhaps you didn't have early on?
Well, we all evolve. Every human evolves day by day. The human if it didn't evolve on an hour-by-hour basis, but I do not think I'm a force for good. I absolutely know I'm a force for good. I'm a force for truth. And truth is a good thing. Without truth, we're going to end up in absolute tyranny and slavery, and we're already on our way there. I feel like we're to combat it. My cancellation was the beginning of a change in public consciousness. And Elon having Twitter is another beginning of the change in public consciousness. And anybody who stands up and speaks what they truly believe, even if it's something I don't personally agree with, I think that truth is absolutely important. And people's personal truth, people's personal opinions, even on differing sides of the opinion, should be heard.
Tell me about your life. You were born to a mixed race couple. Your father was an African-American chess player. And your mother, she was from this country.
Correct, yeah. So my father was a black chess player. He was in the Air Force. Met my mother here in England. And then I was raised initially in the United States, and then I moved to England when I was younger. So I've moved around a lot. I've lived an eclectic life in many different scenarios. We've moved around. I've done a lot of different things, lived a lot of different experiences. And
what nationality are you? I mean, what do you identify?
I consider myself British now, but I will say that part of me, the patriotic Brit inside of me, is devastated by the state of the UK currently, and I want to make that very clear. The patriotic Brit in me truly loves this country, and seeing what's happening to it, especially to our major cities, is almost heartbreaking to watch it all the time.
In what way?
It's falling apart. It's a failed society. By every metric you can possibly measure, it is absolutely not failing. The cost of living crisis, the crime rates, everything is falling apart. If you compare it to a country like the United Arab Emirates, you compare it to a city like Dubai, London, which should be the greatest city on earth, is failing in absolutely every metric because our leadership is a joke. If you look at Dubai and the UAE, the leadership there is so flawless, so genuinely genius. They saw ahead and built almost a utopia. Then you look at London, you can't walk around with a watch on. It's disgusting.
You know, it's very interesting. I was in Qatar for the World Cup. Obviously, a lot of people in England taking a very censorious moral view about the World Cup being in the Middle East at all, because of their laws against homosexuality, because of their treatment of migrant workers. I've got to say, not that I don't share the concerns about those things, of course I do, but I found a lot of the virtue signaling, and I think that's what it was in many cases, about the whole
in Dalmacia. I'm not about to let Kipka take us unawares.
I thought the World Cup was fantastically well run, incredibly good experience. there's this weird, quaint feeling back in your country that we all want to aspire to behave like that. That we all want to live in a country with massive drug problems, with massive knife crime issues, with scenes like the European Championships final, where it's complete lawlessness going on, where stuff like the NHS, the system of healthcare, is basically collapsing, where the education system is dropping behind, and so on and so on and so on. There's a really interesting perspective. They were like, I know you all think that we want to have your form of democracy and your form of life, but actually we're fine, thanks.
Absolutely, because it's a failed society, and it's godless. I think it's disgusting. We leave our old people to rot in old people's homes, and then we sit there and say we don't have enough money for nurses. I understand this nurse strike very well and how frustrating it can be if you walk into a hospital and the nurse is not prepared to work. But the nurses would be prepared to work at the current wage if they believe this country was spending its money prudently. You see this country spending its money and just absolutely wasting it, pulling it out of thin air to fund proxy wars. God knows where that's nothing to do with them. Of course, as a nurse, you're going to stand up and say, well, can't I get a pay rise? This country has failed on every metric, and especially our major cities. I've just come to London now. I made it very clear to my private jet pilot. I said, fuel the jet, leave it running, because the second you're talking years on leaving this necessity is disgusting. This country, and London as a whole, 10 years ago, cities on earth, walk around safely with a watch on. And you're a full-grown man, you're a full-grown adult. When's the last time there's been serious problem? What are any of those
Well, I saw today that Sadiq Khan is trying to run again to a third term of office as mayor. All I can say is, everyone I know who's had any experience of crime at any level in London in the last few years has had a bad experience of the way it's been handled. I can give an example. I can reveal this now. I've talked for 18 months. I've got a specific death threat on one of my son's Instagram pages in public, a public comment. And it was very specific about what this person was going to do. I couldn't use the police to evade him. We know where you live. We're going to come and kill you. And then the second one, threatening my son and his mother, my ex-wife. I called in the police. I thought, I'm not having them putting death threats on my son. So I called the police. Police investigated this. They arrested somebody over a year ago. And then I heard from the police this week that despite 18 months of investigation, of a publicly posted comment on Instagram threatening to kill me on my son's Instagram, that they will not be able to pursue the case. Now, I thought, imagine, I'm high profile. This was the front page of the Sun newspaper.
If that same man called a transgender person the wrong pronouns, he would be in trouble.
Right.
So doesn't it just show how absolutely asinine and banal our legal system has become? That would never happen in a country like the United Arab Emirates, a place I'm now residing in Dubai, where the leadership has common sense. And I'm saying that all the leadership structures, doesn't matter if it's Labour or Conservative, across all of it in this nation have completely not failed. Sadiq Khan is a loser. Because when you have a city which is losing, which London is losing in all metrics across its competitive cities around the world, and you're in charge of it, by extension, you're a loser. I will tell you right now, instead of virtue signaling and giving Qatar a hard time over their religious beliefs, what we should be doing is a treaty with Qatar to build a prison deep in the desert. Make me mayor of London. We'll make a prison deep in the desert. And if you're caught with a knife or robbing someone, you can go do 25 years with one meal a day in the scorching sun. And then what we'll do is we'll put cameras there and we'll interview you once a week and broadcast that out to the nation and see if you change your mind and make people understand that this is a country that should be respected and our laws should be respected. Instead, what happens? What has Sadiq or any of the people in charge of this country actually done to fix any of our issues besides sit around and talk? Nothing. None of them have done anything, but they seem ultra concerned with finding money for proxy wars, ultra concerned with rainbow flags in another country that is uninterested in them, and their priorities are completely messed up. Of course the ambulance people are. Of course the ambulance drivers are striking. Of course the nurses are striking. Nobody cares about the most important things in this nation. It's a failing country in real time, and that's why I left.
What about the specific allegation? By the way, I don't disagree with a lot of that, because I do think this country is in big trouble. And I do think that one of the problems is people think if they do have a crime against them, nobody cares anymore.
I know nobody cares. I have specific examples and people who I know personally. Absolutely and utterly nobody cares. I was in Harrods yesterday and someone tried to rob someone's watch in the middle of the store. I walk around with I have a security team of 6 full-grown men, plus me and my brother, 8 military-age males, all over 110 kilos, big men, just so I can walk around this city. It's absolutely unacceptable.
What about the issue of race? I mentioned that in the context of the Harry and Meghan ongoing debate, their war with the royal family, war against the monarchy, their specific, constant referencing to the fact that they believe they were driven out of here in racism in Britain. What do you make of that debate?
That's absolute fallacy.
And you're from a mixed race background yourself.
Correct. I'm from a mixed race background myself, and while we're discussing the leaders of the UK, although I do think they're doing a terrible job, it's kind of hard for Meghan to say that the UK is a racist country when the leader of the UK is darker skinned than her, and the mayor of London is darker skinned than her, and I am a person probably darker skinned than her, and I've never experienced any kind of bigotry against myself, besides the fact I'm a straight male. I'll get bigotry for that before I'll get bigotry for my skin color. I think it's just a cop-out, and her not wanting to be perspicacious and self-reflective enough to understand that she has attacked an age-old institution. There are people who are very patriotic about that institution, and by attacking it and bringing a degree of distaste to it, there's going to be people who don't like her. And if you're a dislikable person, you can't just instantly stand up and say it's because of my skin color. It might be because of your actions, some of the things you say.
I mean, I think there's probably no doubt she's had racism on social media because it's...
Who hasn't?
It's assessed.
You probably have.
Well, as I said just now, I've had death threats on social media and no one seemed to care.
Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.